Okay, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Today we are going to be looking at a number of budgets from the property appraiser, from the sheriff, and water utilities. So I'm looking forward to this. As everybody think we're all... Okay, good morning, everybody. I am looking forward to this.
Marty, you're
Good
denied.
morning.
Marty, you're denied.
Today we are going to be looking at a number of budgets. It's the wonk in me, I'm sorry. We have Commissioner Rogers on remote. Let me just make sure. Commissioner Rogers, can you hear us? Okay, good morning, everybody. I am looking forward to it.
Marty, you're
I
denied.
hear a bunch of people.
Today
we are going to be looking at a budget. It's the wonk in me, I'm sorry. We have Commissioner Rogers. That's an echo. On remote. Let me just make sure.
You are muted.
Hello, good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning, everybody.
Everyone.
Marty, you're good. Hear a bunch of people. Today we are going to be looking at a budget. Yeah, it's the wonk in me, I'm sorry. Now it's on repeat. Now it's looping. Commissioner Rogers, do you have headphones? Where you can not be having getting feedback? Do you have any headphones? Yeah, it's the wonk in me, I'm sorry. Same thing. I'm going to hear this all day. Now it's looping. Mike, can you help us out on this? Do you have headphones? Where you can not, like a bizarre world here, be getting feedback?
This is an opportunity for
Give
you
me
to
head-
hear yourself again.
It's the wonk in me, same thing. I'm going to hear this all day. Now it's start singing rounds. Mike, can you help us out? Row, row, row your boat. Now it'll keep coming. Is that it? Okay. Okay, good. No, we didn't. Still going. Oh, there's the round. I know. Okay.
You want to try again?
I hesitantly hand it over to you.
All right.
Okay. I hand it over to the county administrator. Monica, all yours.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Wanted to, as you just shared, Mayor, for today we've got 3 budgets to review with you. Our favorite property appraisers here today, the best, Marty Kerr. So he is going to, we're going to first kick it off to our Assistant Budget Director, Jennifer Steelman. She's going to walk us through a few slides that you had that we sent out on Friday. And then I believe Mr. Kerr will go through any highlights and certainly be available for any questions at that point. Thank you, Jennifer.
All right, good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Jennifer Steelman from the Budget Office, and I'm here to go over the fiscal year 26 property appraiser's budget request. On this slide here, we have a high-level overview of the fiscal year 26 request from the property appraiser. You can see here that personal services are 3.8% increase in total. On the next slide, I'm going to go into details of the specific increases in these categories. We have operating at about 10%, and the total budget submission for operating is 3.9%. I wanted to point out there's a shift in the county percent share of about 0.2%, which has the county share, as you can see, increase 4.2%. On this slide here, we're going into the details of the major budget changes. In personal services, the budget request includes 2% for salary adjustments and an increase in the group health insurance rate. That is going up 14%. Historically, the property appraiser has tied their salary adjustments and group insurance and life insurance to the county rates. There are no additional positions requested for fiscal year 26. They're staying at the 243. The operating increases are contractual in nature on the maintenance agreement, software subscription, and postage, and then there is replacement of desktops, scanners, and switches for the new building. In capital, there's a 100% decrease. It was funded in fiscal year 25. They're not requesting anything in fiscal year 26. And with that, it concludes my overview of the property appraiser's FY26 budget. I'll turn it back to Monica Sapero, the county administrator.
Okay, thank you.
And actually, Mr. Mayor, I think at this point it's probably appropriate to hear from Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr, how are you going to defend these outrageous requests?
You know what, it is a difficult one, but well, first I want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to the commission for the great work you all do, and for, once again, allowing me to come to present my budget to you all. I do want to give another big shout out to Monica and her staff, who are so easy to work with, and thank you to all the people in green here for your service. I appreciate that as well. I'll be just very, very brief. I think Jennifer did a wonderful job of basically talking about our budget. This year, we received a letter from Monica asking us to be mindful of our requests, and so we really wanted to do that. And so we came up with, I think, a very lean budget. We decided to ask for no new positions, no new capital requests. Actually, it's being decreased. And our entire increase really consists of two primary things. The first is, as you know, we give a 2%, we give a cost of living increase that basically is the same as what you give to your employees. We were told you're considering a 2% cost of living increase. So if you give that, we give that to our employees. If not, we give the money back to you all. We also budget, again, the same for health insurance per employee that you do for your employees. We were informed by the county that was increasing, so we included that in our request. If you take that out, our entire increase is about 0.5%, and that really consists of postage increases, but also IT subscriptions, and that's why this handsome gentleman right here is there, Brian Allen, who's our IT director, who can answer anything you want about the increase that doesn't have anything to do with the 2% or the health insurance increase, and that's our budget, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Marty. And I just want to given that you got the letter, thank you for paying attention to it.
Oh, thank you.
It's a tough, lean year, and I think what you've done is really come in very on a very lean machine here.
Thank
So
you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I've been working at it.
So I'm going to go back to Monica.
Yeah, just for a quick clarification. So Marty, thank you so much for your kind remarks. Our team has, always worked really well together, as do we. I did want to clarify something. On the 2%, what I had shared with Marty and his team was that the 2% is what we have in our bargaining agreements. It's not what necessarily we may propose. As you know, I've asked all of our departments for cuts, and that's what we have proposed, are cuts everywhere. But the 2% is what is in our 8 bargaining units, and if we have to go, change that for any reason, we have to go back and bargain with them, which we did back in the 2007 and 8 periods. We had to actually decrease that.
Right.
So I just wanted to, point of clarification.
Right, and correct me if I'm wrong, Marty, I think what you try to do is mirror what's
Yes.
going on in the county.
Yes,
Not
so-
above, not below, just right there.
Exactly. What we'll do is we'll hold that money basically in abeyance, and if you all go less, we'll give whatever yours is and give the money back. If you decide not to give an increase, all the money goes back. And conversely, though, if let's say you decide, okay, we're doing better this year, we're going to give a 3% increase, then we would just do a budget request to the Department of Revenue to mirror that as well.
Okay. Well, with that, let's go around if we have any discussion. Start with Commissioner McKenzie.
Hello, sir, and I'm not one of the majority that likes him.
But I love you so much.
I love him. I love him. We have a story to share that the reason why he was a county commissioner because I got took out in redistricting, but he hung a
But you
door
were
hang
so-
on my door the next day they redistrict, and he was the county commissioner, and we've been friends
Yes.
ever since.
Absolutely.
So it's a little different.
Thank you, Robert.
I know we talk about holding the line, and we talk about what's happening federally and statewide in terms of how we're going to project what we do. What I do want to ask, and I ask you in our briefing, is to let our residents know about how the majority of our budget is comprised, which is property taxes, and the housing market, the values, and is that going to be affected in any kind of way from what we see? We're talking about federal, we're talking about state, but do you see property values going down? Do you see that? Can you please just give me a perspective of where we are with property taxes and the values of our homes?
Absolutely, it's a great question, and I really appreciate you asking that. Because just to preface that, something I think is very important, especially for the folks up in Tallahassee, and I know you all are doing a great job in doing this, is just kind of explain to them what property taxes actually fund and the actual portion of your budget that goes to when it comes to general operating funds. I know recently the state legislature had a proposal before them where they said that 29% of Broward County's budget was property taxes. But what's important to note about that is the majority of that, of course, is enterprise funds, whether it's the port fees or airport fees. When it comes to your actual general fund that funds very important services such as health and safety and fire, that is primarily funded by ad valorem property taxes. Without that, you really couldn't operate. And so I'll tell you where we are right now. This year, we just released all of the figures to every taxing authority. And once again, Broward County has seen an increase in its value. Every single city saw an increase, and Broward County overall saw an increase. This year, right now, you're going to see right about a 7.12% increase in your taxable value for this year. So what that basically means is if you keep your millage rate the same, you'll bring in another maybe $119 million more this year than last year. Now, some of that money, of course, has to go for TIF, for CRAs, but it is another increase. And that's really being driven by two things. One, people once again are paying more money for properties this year than they were last year and then the year before that. And you had a significant amount of new construction added to the tax roll. This year, about $3.7 billion of new construction was added to the tax roll. Fort Lauderdale led the way with about $1.2 billion of that. I was actually looking right before I came in just to see where property values are right now, basically the sale prices of single-family homes and condos. And as of today, people are still paying more money for single-family homes than they were last year. So at least for the time being, unless something drastically happens over the next 6 months, I would be very surprised if next year is much, much different than this year. So I hope that helps answer the question.
It did, thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Robert.
I'm good.
Okay, Commissioner Davis?
It's great to see you too, and I love seeing you up here, Alexandra. And I want to also publicly congratulate you as well because, as you know, that you've been a staunch stalwart of making sure Miramar is one of the best places to live in Broward County. And I know they recently honored you with the naming of a very important facility, and I thought that was just so well deserved by seeing the work that you've done for the people of Miramar for so long now. So thank you for that.
I support.
Oh, thank you, Mickey. I really appreciate that.
Couple quick. Number one, good budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Number two, Governor had.
That's awesome.
Curtis Blow.
The governor had said that property taxes only go up when times are good, that they go up on individual homes, but that when times go down, when property values go down, taxes don't go down. Is that a correct statement?
It's not.
Could you elaborate?
Sure, and thank you very much. It's a great question.
Of course.
So the vast majority of residential property owners in Broward County are homesteaded property owners. There is more than 400,000 people in Broward County who own properties that are homesteaded. And so what that basically means is every single year after they buy their home, the value of their tax lien can't go up more than 3% or the consumer price index, whichever is lower. So as property values are increasing based on what people are paying, their value is capped at a maximum of 3%. Now what happens is, let's say the market crashes, God forbid, just like it did back in 2005. And all of a sudden, all of those properties just drop in value. So their market value goes well below their assessed value. Well, that's actually their new cap. So their taxes go down significantly, and then they get the benefit of the 3% cap after that. So I don't know what the governor was, the context that he was speaking in, but overall, that doesn't seem as accurate as a statement as it should be.
Okay. And the last question is, how are all 9 of us each your favorite commissioner?
I love all of you equally. Just like you guys are all the most wonderful.
I thought you liked me more.
Well, I love you very much, and I appreciate you. And you know what? What I think is very, very cool is I've had the privilege of serving with every single person up here in some type of capacity or another. Whether it was on a planning council or whether it was in the state legislature or on the county commission, and it's really, I will say this, it's very nice for me, as one of our 2 million residents, to see that the governing board of our Broward County Commission is stacked with, honestly, major leaguers. I think it's a pretty fantastic thing.
You don't have to warm up to him.
It's true. I love him. You know what? It's true. I love Steve. And I also did learn recently that he is an expert marksman, which was a cool fun fact that I heard about Steve Geller that I did not know before.
I heard it 2 weeks ago.
It's true.
Thank you. No other questions, Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Fisher.
Thank you so much. Just 2 items, Mr. Chair, but as it relates to the combating the D crimes and the investigations, how is that going along? Last couple of years, you talked about adding some new personnel for that, but how is that? Is it under control now? Do you have enough staff to do that?
That's such a fantastic question, and I'm so glad that the sheriff's office here, I'm not sure if Greg is here yet, but I really, really, really want to take this opportunity to thank everybody. I think our Crimes Against Property team is really a testament that shows that when all governments work together, you can do something really good for the people we collectively represent. And right now, our Crimes Against Property team consists of a few people. It's about 5 people from our office, 3 sheriff's detectives that Sheriff Tony has so graciously allowed to work with our office. We have an assistant state attorney that actually prosecutes the people that we bring to them. And of course, the county commission has been instrumental in helping us fund it. And I just think it's a really great thing. We've had, I believe, about 500 criminal investigations. We've had numerous arrests, numerous convictions, and it's something I'm exceptionally proud of. And it's even more than deed fraud now, because what we found is when somebody commits deed fraud, they're also committing mortgage fraud. They're committing senior abuse. And so this program in particular, which I'm very passionate about, I think has really done really wonders for the people of Broward County when it comes to protecting their
The
property.
host would like you to unmute your microphone. You can press *6 to unmute.
And but I wanted to take this time to say right now I think we're very, very good. You have given us the resources we need to really be,
You are unmuted.
to really be very strong for the people of Broward County, and I just very, very much appreciate that question. Thank you.
I'm glad that that's
Thank
under
you, Lamar.
control. Thank you for that.
It is.
On the Citrix building, how are we doing, Ms. Shapiro, with our new building for the property appraiser? Are we doing well? Are we in sight for a move here?
So yes, we're looking at potential move-in of January 2027. So we have, I literally just got my update this morning as well on that, and I'll give you some better milestones, if you will.
And while she's looking that up, Marty, your staff is just
Yeah.
absolutely just amazing.
Thank you, Lamar.
They're always there to support, especially if a constituent calls in. They're on it right away, and it just makes our job a lot easier and makes us look good. So I want to thank your staff for that.
Thank you, Lamar. I really appreciate, and your staff, actually everybody here's staff is wonderful as well, and so thank you very much.
So to clarify, the date that's sticking in my head is for the PSAP portion of that building. But his staff could come in August of '26. But we've been talking with the staff because of the way it falls in the cycle for tax and trim millage, trim notices. They may want to wait a little bit to make sure that there's not staff in 2 different places. So they may delay it a little bit, but it would be ready, and we're looking at August.
Yeah, just excited about that. It just seems it's taking so long, but want to get you in there as soon as we can.
Oh, thank you very much, Lamar. And I actually have to tell you, the county staff and working on the new building for our office, they've been a pleasure to work with. Very easy. Anytime they're making any changes, they always come and they speak to us about it. And we're really looking forward to it. I think it's going to be great for the people of Broward County. In particular, what I really love about it, and this is why I want to thank you all for, is it's a very convenient place for the public to visit. We get thousands of people that come into our office every single year that are concerned about their values, signing up for exemptions. And right now, as you know, it's not very easy for the public to come down here, but it is much, much easier to go to a building that's right off of 95 where there's a bus station there. And so the county did a really fantastic job of finding a place for us that I think will be really convenient for our public. So thank you for that.
Okay. Senator Rich.
I love Nan.
Okay. Go back a little ways. I was just saying to Commissioner Bogan, that when you first were thinking about running for the
Yes.
state legislature, yes, so it goes back a long way.
Oh, yes.
All right. So anyway, I just want to just ditto everything that Commissioner Fisher said, and just to say, your staff is so responsive. I know whenever we call and whenever there's an issue or just any kind of a concern, you're right on it. So
Thank you, Nan.
you know, just appreciate everything you do, and I totally appreciate that you came in here with a budget that was as asked for by our administrator, because it is a difficult year, and you understand and appreciate that, so thank you.
Oh, thank you, Nan. And on a personal note, you helped me tremendously the other day because my daughter got picked up for the first time by her friends in a car. And I was freaking out a little bit, but I go, you know what? You're sitting in the back seat and you have to put your seatbelt on because it's the law, and you made that the law. So thank you very much. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Nan.
Vice Mayor Bogan.
After 20 years of people trying, right?
Yes.
Marty, all I could say is you do a great job, and your
Thank you,
staff
Mark.
does a great job. And the only thing I would always encourage you to do in putting more resources to is your deed fraud prevention program,
Thank you.
how the public is being scammed, you know, and what you and Ron are doing to help stop that fraud that's going out there, and maybe, you know, publicize that, what your office can do to let homeowners and people that own property know when someone is fraudulently taking their property and deeding away their property. And I'm so thank you for what you're doing with that program, and I hope that you could continue allocating resources for that, because I would encourage and help and try to do whatever I can to help with that.
Thank you, Mark. And honestly, you and the county commission have been instrumental in helping me do it in a few ways. One, the funding that you provide, but also you all have been the best way for us to get the message out to the public. You know, one thing I'm very proud about is our owner alert program, which kind of goes along with it, which is a free notification program letting people know if there's been a title change to their property. And as of today, we've had 315,000 Broward property owners sign up so far. And so much of that is because you all, city commissioners, the county itself have helped us just publicize it and get it out there to help lots of people. And so I really, really appreciate you. I appreciate the sheriff. And as I said before, what's makes me so proud about this is it's really a testament that shows when all governments work together, you can really do a lot of good, because if just one group decided not to do this, it wouldn't work. If you all decided you didn't want to fund it, I couldn't do it. If the sheriff decided that he couldn't do it, we couldn't do it. If the state attorney didn't want to prosecute, we couldn't do it, but we all work together, and it's done a lot of good for people. So thank you, Mark.
Yeah, and I support your budget.
I appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Rogers. Floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, all right, good morning. Sorry I'm missing this meeting, but I'm here. And just want to say what I said to Marty when we had our conversation, that I truly do support his budget. And I think he came close to not asking us for an increase. That was such a small amount that he's requesting. And just want to say I'm in support, and thank you, Mr. Mayor and team.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hazel.
And I'm happy to support this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that.
I think you did a very good job. Thank you for the staff every day. You guys do a great job. With that, I think that's it.
Awesome. Thank you. Have a great day, everybody. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Morning, Sheriff. How you doing?
Good morning.
It's up for you, up for you.
Okay. Mr. Mayor,
Yep.
I'd like to move that we require the sheriff to be as nice to us as Marty was.
I wish I could second that vote, but that's impossible. That is the happiest man in Broward County.
Hard to be that sweet. Hard to be that sweet. Yeah. Okay. Are we all ready? Do you had slides as well, right? Everything else set up? Okay. I'm going to hand this back over to Monica.
Good morning again. So similarly to the property appraiser's budget overview, we are going to have our budget director, Norman Foster, go over the slides that we sent you all on Friday afternoon. Okay. And then I believe our sheriff will be going over a presentation that he sent over last night that we emailed to you all last night as soon as we got it. So we're going to start. Norman, are you going to do it from over there? Okay, he's going to walk you through the slides that you received. And Sheriff Tony, you received these also on Friday. Just want to make sure. Okay, there you go. Norman, the floor is yours.
Okay, so we have the proposed budget for the sheriff for fiscal 26. As an overview, and we'll go through this, and then I think the sheriff's presentation will have even more detail. But at the general fund level, you'll recall the budget last year was $741, and dispatch is a separate contract for last year. In the requested budget, those are both added together, so we showed a total line here, just showing between the 2 years. So the request is up $79.3 million, or 9.8% overall. The last line is the contract services, which are mostly for the cities, but does include the airport and port. And so that request is up $66 million, and 12.9 does include a number of additional positions at certain of those contracts. On the regional services budget, which we fund from the general fund, the split is very similar to last year. Starting at the top, law enforcement and regional fire is about a quarter, and then detention, bailiffs, and community programs is about half, and then administrative support services is 16%, and regional communications is about 9%. The change of positions for fiscal 26, most of the areas in the sheriff's budget are the same, but there are some changes. Regional communications, the proposed budget is 27 additional positions. In detention and community programs, it's the same number of positions overall, but juvenile assessment center had 22 positions last year and is proposed in this budget to have none, and those are moved over to central intake. The amount of money for those 22 positions was $4.07 million last year. Other than that, the total is up about 35 positions on net, and that's a total personnel cost of 12.8% for fiscal 26 versus 25. If we look at the various departments of the sheriff's office, the first sections are general fund. The personnel services expense that's in the proposed budget per position, you can see here for both the adopted 25 budget and the requested. So the changes range from 12% in the Office of the Sheriff to 24% regional communications, but that includes the additional positions. Court bailiffs are up 28%, and then you can see the rest are around 10 or 12. The overall general fund and regional communications cost per position is up 11.8%. For the law enforcement contracts as a group, it's about 8%, which and then fire rescue is about 10%. The overall budget request, including the general fund and the contract services, is about 10.6% personal services per position. For dispatch, as I mentioned earlier, there is 27 additional positions requested, so the overall budget goes up 18%, and the positions are up 6%. You will recall back in 22, the commission did add $4,033,156 during the year as a third supplemental, and then in the next adopted budget, 11.4 $466 million was added to the regional communications budget for the discussion you had with the sheriff then. The contracts budgets, again, we tend to just draw your attention to the port and airport. So the port request is up about 16%. It involves 4 positions. This is law enforcement. I apologize. This is law enforcement first. And on the airport side, it's an additional 25 positions and just shy of 20% increase in the budget. The overall contracts budget is up about 14%. And then individual discussions happens with all the cities. On the fire rescue side, for the port in the bottom right corner, the port request is up about 28%. Sometimes these requests include equipment, and that can drive the number. And airport, 15%. The overall is about 11. BMSD unincorporated. In the request, there is, I believe, 2 districts within the sheriff's organization that affect this. It's Central Broward and West Broward, and these are the positions. There's an additional position in the proposed budget in Central Broward. BMSD Fire Rescue, the position numbers is the same. The requested dollars are up 17.4%. When we break it out by the kind of spending, personnel services overall with regional communications included is up about 12.8%. Operating expenses are up 4.7%. Capital outlay, which I'll detail in the next slide, is actually down 34%. This is sort of equipment capital outlay for a total of 9.8%, as I mentioned at the beginning. On the equipment capital request, the first column is the general fund from last year. As you recall, you did add an additional $24.5 million for some helicopters after that. On the next column is the request in 26, and then the FY other is equipment related to the cities. So the total is on the far right. If you just compare the general fund to general fund, you can see there's up for vehicles, but quite a lot less for equipment. The total's gone from 23 million to 15.28. Also included was a request that the sheriff sent over related to county buildings. On the left is a number of items relating to the Department of Detention, including improvements at the stockade for $38.75 million, and then you can see the others in various detention facilities. Non-detentional on the right, there's a request for $179.5 million for upgrades to the public safety building, $89 million for a PSAP, $42 for an evidence warehouse, and $21.6 for fleet services. There's also a request for some work at the airport for $5.5 million. The total of the capital requests is $428 million. Again, this is the summary from the sheriff's budget submission, so everything seems to tie out. And I think this is just the overview again. And so we'll now switch to the sheriff's presentation. Thank you, sir. Green to advance.
Mr. Mayor, at this time, I think Sheriff Tony will go through the presentation that we emailed last night that we received from them.
Okay. Sheriff Dunn?
Thank you.
First of all, good morning and thank you all. There's a couple of things I want to address beforehand just to talk about before we dive into the PowerPoint. This past year or 2 years ago, there was a dire need for helicopters in this community. And I came into this dais, formally requested and raised a little hell at times over this project. But this commission responded. And those helicopters have been operational. And from day one, we've already started saving lives. So as much as I come in here and sometimes battle for needs and necessities and call this commission out, so to speak, I'm also going to stand here and give you praise when you do it right. So to this community, to the people who have been paying attention, that operation has been a success, and we are going to continue to be #1 in this country when it comes to our aviation unit. Secondly, I'm delighted that all our constitutional officers have paid attention to the letter that Monica submitted to come in thin, because that's provided us a lot more opportunity to ask for more money. Can't be too serious, guys. Commissioner Geller started out with a joke, so why not? Going into today's presentation, I want to give credit to both Colonel Lorena, Daphne, Monica, and Michael, because they are working a lot more efficiently in the sense of they represent your administration and they represent mine. And I think you're seeing the difference in tone in terms of how that relationship has changed, how we're coming in. My focal point in this presentation, and really there's no need for me to go through slides, I've lived and dreamed all this stuff for the last several years, is to highlight the importance of what we're focusing on. One, we had a comprehensive salary study done that indicated that we were grossly behind in every single pay capacity for our entire organization. So we've started having contracts, negotiation with our contractual partners, our city personnel, sitting them down, explaining to them what that process looked like and what the overall plan would be to implement a 2-year plan to make these adjustments. The second part of it is now working with our regional partners or working with the county to make sure those areas that you're responsible for funding gets pushed in a position where we know, okay, every single part of this agency is being paid fairly and competitively. The two bigger areas that I'm looking to focus on today in terms of capital improvement projects, I heard a gasp when they looked at the numbers, is really going into, one, the PSAP component. We've talked about this for several years. In fact, we've talked about it every year of my administration. And going back, this has been a discussion for 3 terms now in terms of different sheriffs, from Lamberti to Israel to myself, about building this out and getting it done. I want to say it was the last budget cycle where this body agreed that, yes, it's time to make this happen, but we didn't put a deadline on it or a specific site location where this was going to be established. I've had my position stated clearly about the necessity of having this on the public safety compound for a multitude of reasons in terms of operational integrity, being able to manage personnel, being able to supply additional resources that we now have for all of our employees. Hence, since we opened up the Research Development and Training Center over almost a year ago, and being able to integrate these all into a true public safety complex, which was the original dream established back in 1986 in this county, was to have it done that way. We need to push forward on this project. We've looked at the personnel aspects where, I think it was 3 years ago, we all came to an agreement about increasing the salaries for dispatch to reduce the vacancies, which we had about 90 at the time. We're not fighting vacancy issues anymore, right? We're the most competitively paid. People want to join us. We had over 4,000 applicants submit within 45 days after we increased the raise. We're never going to have a personnel problem in communications. It's a matter of how much we want to build upon based on population density, call volume, so on and so forth, which is going to naturally take place. But we need a physical infrastructure. It's been articulated in both Fitch reports that come up. So I'm advocating that we move forward on this project. It's in our capital improvement budget in terms of the request. And there's nothing more important here. I've said this before. If a massive hurricane comes through and devastates every building in this community, the only one that needs to be standing is the state-of-the-art communication center. Otherwise, when the 911 calls come in, we're not going to be able to provide whatever services we can. That's a big project that I'm really going to keep advocating for, that we get this done right for this community. I'll move on to the airport. This is another combination of capital improvement in terms of infrastructure, but it's also a personnel battle that we're having right now. And I have to take you through the historical for you to understand what we're facing here. Post 9/11, there was an increase in ASOs. Those are your security officers that are the front eyes when you pull up in that terminal that is monitoring and being able to control traffic flow, reducing threats, vehicle-borne improvised explosive devices, shooting, so on and so forth. That number was reduced back in 2008, give or take, by 25 people. Now, the problem with that is because that reduction occurred, we no longer have the visible eyes out there to be able to provide us direct intel and keep traffic flow moving through that airport. So we're porous when it comes to that frontline element. We're putting in a request to get back to, at the highest point of ASOs was 52, I believe, give or take 50 or 52, back in that period post 9/11. We're down to 22. Now, here's the problem that we face with this issue. We're down by 22, but the airport continues to develop. We're down by 22, but the vehicle transport increases. Looking at your own reports provided, I think it was 937,000 vehicles, rental vehicles, that had commuted back and forth through that airport, right? If we don't increase the personnel at the ASO levels, we're going to have some form of tragedy or miscalculation out there. The second component that's pivotal is establishing and building out a substation, district command, whatever title we want to provide at that site location at this airport. We are currently in a temporary housing facility. I've sent over a memorandum outlining a plan that we can move our personnel out temporarily, providing the county its opportunity and access to move forward on all the other redevelopment projects that you have occurring out there. But there's a three-pronged approach to this. We can move out, we'll get trailers, we're already talking about that thing, building out some more infrastructure either in BCAD's facility, which have a lot of vacant areas, but the long-term plan that is going to be the most functional and provide the greatest level of security for this community and the 38 million commuters that went through this airport is having a district built out. Terminal 5 is in the process. We know that's already shovels in the ground. There's been allocation of roughly $400+ million for that facility. But as this thing's been developing, we have not been included in terms of building out a state-of-the-art district down there. And that's problematic. The projections that was listed from this county was that with Terminal 5 coming into fruition and operation, that we're going to go from 38 million commuters going through that airport, 7.7 million are international flights, and now we're going to go to 50 million, right? There's 15,000 plus employees that you have down in that airport operating every single day. It's a city in itself. We don't have enough officers out there, and that's not, subjective to opinions. We've looked at data analysis, comparisons with airports that are at the equivalent or lower size and scale. Minneapolis International Airport, for example, has 173 officers out there, and they answer almost less than 10 million flight services compared to what we're doing here in Broward County. 173, we're at about 123. We need more deputies down there. That's listed. I think we're at about 25 that we're trying to grow to and add another 25 over the next several years. Terminal 5, as much revenue that that's going to generate, as much opportunities and expansion that that's going to create for our county to be proud of, it's also going to introduce new problems for us if we don't make the manpower adjustments and build those districts. So those are my two biggest requests and notifications to this county in terms of the two big things that needs to take place. One, the PSAP, this district command, supplemented with the necessary personnel between the ASOs, including law enforcement personnel that has been reduced. I'm skipping through a lot of this PowerPoint stuff because I'm going to turn it over for the numbers. I didn't see anything that was different on the numbers, just a different articulation style. So I don't think the numbers is something that I'm going to elaborate on. I'm going to allow my team talk on that side. The last component that I would talk about, and this is an issue we've been dealing with in District 5 or in unincorporated. The community, those folks in that community, who I look literally out of my office across to them every single day, have not been given enough support in terms of manpower. I have been called from one commissioner from the next, whether it be Commissioner McKenzie, who's currently in that seat, or his predecessors, about increased operational integrities at time. We will supply those resources. I'll send SWAT out there. I'll send fugitive out there. We have a big hit where we nail some nasty individuals, take them off the street, reduce crime, all those things that we're responsible for doing, but those are short-lived, right? Those are individual operational things. So we're looking to increase at least 4 more deputies or so, a sergeant. We're looking for an investment into some technologies with the LPR components. There's about $130,000 plus out of cost for these areas. But we need to start looking at that district not as a silo that no one's responsible for, but that we have to collectively be the chief of police, the sheriff, all these other titles, and the city managers that are controlling that area. This has been going on for a long time, and that area, quite frankly, has not gotten the level of services or attention that I think it deserves. So that's where I'm at. The last thing I would just say is, look, this is a good time for us as an agency. We're doing a lot of spectacular things leading this nation. The Research Development and Training Center that we launched, The results that we are getting out of there are unprecedented, and the Department of Justice is now examining what we're doing as potential things that can be happening across the country. So with that, Mayor, I'll yield my time.
Thank you, Sheriff. With that, you're going to have your staff, okay.
All right, good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. As the Sheriff stated, my role is going to be to actually go down some of these slides and articulate on some of the information. Director Foster did a fantastic job of covering the actual numbers, so I'm going to spend my time explaining the reasons why some of those numbers are up. Before I start, though, I want to expand on the Sheriff's comments on cooperation. At last year's budget workshop, this board and the Sheriff directed Mr. Ruiz and I and our staff to meet. We did. We met, robust conversations were had, but I truly believe that together we have a better product for the Sheriff to consider and for this board to consider funding, so thank you. The first slide is the basic overview of the budget. Personnel services, that's our biggest cost driver. That relates to the salary study. It also relates to about 35 positions that we're proposing on regional. Operating capital, we got other slides that'll break it down in detail, but we anticipate about a 10% increase in operating. We do anticipate a reduction in capital, which again, on a subsequent slide, I'll explain that in detail. Transfers and reserves is pretty static. The bottom line number that we came up with, it's a 9.02% increase. I believe County OMB just calculated a little bit differently, factoring in consolidated dispatch. We did not factor it into this number, but we do concur that their number is identical to ours. It's just the way that we calculated it. Again, this is the regional services, how it's spread out. This is very similar every year. Detention is the bulk of our consumption of regional services dollars. That's followed by law enforcement, regional services, SWAT, bomb squad, aviation, training and administration, consolidated dispatch, court services, and fire rescue. That's a visual on how those dollars are allocated. Based on the pie chart, no surprise there. Pretty much on any government, the bulk of your expenses are your human resources. That's the biggest cost driver. Coupled by this year, we're way behind on salary, so we are asking for that additional increase. Regarding capital outlay, some reductions were had on equipment. Part of that was we were able to accelerate some replacement schedules for some equipment this year. We were able to replace that. And we were able to defer replacement on some other equipment because, again, we need to focus on salaries for the next fiscal year. Vehicles, public safety radios. So public safety radios now, the best way to explain it is a cell phone. The cell phone has the Hey Siri. The radios have a Hey Vicky. So those are that's the name. But those are recurring costs. Before, you would buy a radio, and the radio would last you 7 years. Now there's recurring costs. It has to do with the GPS on the radios. It has to do with radios have the ability to tap into databases and give you that information. So there are recurring costs. Helicopter procurement, as we discussed, that's down because that payment or that amount of money was granted on this year's budget. We don't anticipate additional helicopter expenditures next fiscal year because it takes a while to put the helicopters together. But that was a down payment on future helicopters that are going to be delivered probably in 2028. We also wanted to capture fire rescue apparatus. Fire rescue apparatus is expensive, anywhere from $1 million to about $2.5 million. So we broke those items out so the board can see that. There's a need for hazmat. It's hazardous materials. It's a custom-built vehicle designed to handle basically any type of hazardous material incidents. It just rolled out to that tanker fire on 595 last weekend. We also need to replace a ladder assigned to technical rescue. Technical rescue, we're the primary technical rescue team in the county. Fort Lauderdale also has a tech rescue as a backup, but our ladder's getting long in the tooth, and it's time to replace that. On operating expenditures, we broke out the major cost factors here. Risk management, our insurance premiums have gone up. DOD support services, that is where our inmate food services is paid out of. The same way inflationary pressures hits us at home, it also hits us with our contracts because we have to provide proper nutrition for the inmates. Another issue we had is we had a funding stream, inmate payphones, which I believe this board is familiar with. So the FCC passed a new rule. In essence, they've eliminated that funding stream altogether. That poses one or two impacts. One is, which I'll talk about on another slide, on some positions we have to add, but we have existing positions now, the folks that maintain the video visitation systems and the inmate phone systems. That was funded out of that revenue stream. Not anymore. The FCC prevented that, so we need to pick up additional funding in order to maintain those positions. Resource management, that is where the inmate healthcare contract is paid out of. So the same way health insurance for our employees has gone up, healthcare for inmates has gone up. And again, we are still the leading provider of mental health services to one of the most vulnerable population, the incarcerated population. I'm involved with that contract myself. I can tell you it's some good services we provide. I think we are getting a good return on the investment, but that increase definitely went up. Facilities management, that's where our utilities are based out of. Utilities, as you know, I'm sure in this building too, the cost of utilities has gone up in Fort Lauderdale significantly, water and sewer. Also, our maintenance agreements for such things as elevators and HVAC in the jails. Information technology, we have end-of-life hardware that constantly has to be replaced, and we've also had increases in service contracts. So that's an overview of our request for operating expenditures. So new positions under regional services, they're broken out. Training division, 2 primarily for the range. Central Broward, 1 sergeant dedicated as community outreach. That's something the sheriff spoke of earlier, and we have some additional slides toward the end, which will expand upon BMSD Central Broward. Digital forensics, I'm going to skip regional communication for one moment. Air rescue, we need an additional pilot, and the best team for fire rescue, those are life safety educators. That goes back to the comment I made on that funding revenue stream. I'm sorry, on that revenue stream being eliminated. Those positions were paid out of the inmate payphone, so now we have to pick up additional funding. So going back to regional communications, duty officers are basically our supervisors. We're asking for 26 new supervisors. In part, there's a 6-to-1 ratio at the Fitch study recommended. We're at about 8-to-1 ratio right now with communications. So with the additional duty officers, we'll hit that 6-to-1 ratio. The other component, there's roughly maybe about 6 of those duty officers, supervisors. They would be assigned full-time to the Alyssa's Law unit, a desk. And that, as you recall, is a law that requires us to monitor schools. In a school, someone will press some sort of alert mechanism, and it basically sounds right in our dispatch center. The issue we have is those alert mechanisms are not standardized. In some, it might be a buzzer, in others, it might be a flashing light. So that is a full-time desk. So right now, we're staffing that on overtime. So by adding these supervisor positions, we expect a reduction in overtime to make them a full-time position. On the law enforcement side, this is the contract. So the overall budget, which I'll talk about, not just regional, yes, it does increase. I had some questions from some cities noting a significant increase. In part, it's the same thing with salary range adjustments. The same way we need to ask the commission for money for salaries, we do need money from our partner cities as well. But there were some significant increases in staffing in those cities. Regarding the airport, that's airport traffic safety officers. My understanding is, speaking with our airport command, we have less traffic officers now, and they're not sworn. It's not the pay rate of a sworn officer. We have less officers now than we did in the past. My first question is always, is there any technology out there that takes the place of these officers? But there's not a whole lot of technology. I know the crosswalks, they're marked better, but we still have issues with traffic, with cars parked in the loading zones. But I definitely wanted to highlight that because even though we consider a contract, it does fall under the purview of this board. This is new positions also for fire rescue, and again, this is on the city, the municipal contract side, so all that does increase our overall, the sheriff's overall budget. I wanted to put some slides up because one of the questions I've had from the municipalities that we serve, I have the residents say, hey, your budget's over $1 billion. Why does my municipality still have to pay? We've briefed our district command on that. All that funding that the cities provide, that's not additional funding for us. That's captured in the sheriff's overall budget, and that comes back to the county. So that's where the residents pay. I wanted to clarify that. We're not double charging the residents of our municipalities. That's the same slide, except on the fire rescue side. Pretty much all the contracts have gone up, either because they've added personnel, because of the salary range adjustment request, or a combination of both. That's an overall revenue comparison. We break out law enforcement contract, fire rescue contract. We also have other revenues. For example, law enforcement, all the fees that we collect from serving civil process, that's revenue. We don't keep that. That comes back to the county. That's a statutory issue. We can't use that money directly. Fire as well, one example of fire revenues would be ambulance billing. Our cities bill for ambulance transports. That money goes back to the cities as revenue. But there are funds that come back to the county as well, be it BMSD, the airport, the seaport. So that's important to note. Detention and community programs, one example of that would be U.S. Marshals. They basically rent out beds in the jail. So that money, we can't keep it. You know, that's money that comes back. The last topic, I wanted to expand on the sheriff's comments on BMSD and what BSO calls the Central Broward District. So as you know, the BMSD, unincorporated areas throughout the county. There's some patches up in the northwest area. There's individual parcels spread all over the county. We have West Broward, that's mostly on US 27, unincorporated areas, for the most part commercial. But what BSO calls the Central Broward District, that's a unique community. The rest of the unincorporated areas just simply don't meet the definition of community. So we treat that as its own cost center. And I did want to highlight that in terms of accountability, because that was one of the questions that came up when we met with the county budget office. They asked me, how do I account for expenditures and out of BMSD? You know, how do we know that money is actually going over there? So we actually break it out into cost centers. We have a specific cost center for Central Broward, one for fire and one for law enforcement. So any costs associated with policing and fire protection for Central Broward, they're in readily identifiable cost centers. Personnel assigned to it, capital outlay that we spend specifically for Central Broward. So I just wanted to make sure that this board understood that we don't just look at BMSD just in general. I didn't put that up there for West Broward. We also do have a cost center for West Broward, but again, I don't view that as a community. You have parks out there, you have vacant land out there, you have some commercial businesses on 27, so I just didn't include it, but we do have a separate cost center for that as well. The investments we're making this year, we heard the community. One of the concerns the community had is they don't see the same supervisors at the community meetings, so we are asking for a dedicated full-time sergeant to handle that function. The community function, I think we can do a better job of directly interacting with the community. This fiscal year, we also need to replace one of the ambulances assigned to one of the two fire stations in unincorporated Broward. Next year, we're probably going to replace a fire engine. So BSO is doing a better job of projecting future year capital needs. We don't necessarily share it with the board right away because our budgets are based year to year, but we do share that information with the county budget office, so they have an idea of what capital expenditures will be coming in subsequent years. We've also made some technological investments, and again, that's a joint effort between the county administration and BSO. Two examples of that are speed enforcement technology in the school zones. We just started the process to get that initiated, and we're making some good progress on expanding the automated license reader program in Central Broward. So from the budget perspective, we do capture all expenses, all budget requests separately. It's the easiest way to explain it is it's kind of what we do with our contract cities, but you're the board that funds the BMSD area. So with that, I'm going to wrap up my presentation, and I believe the sheriff would like to open it up to any questions.
Okay. We'll start with Vice Mayor Bogan. Okay. Senator Rich.
Thank you.
I want to pull that off.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you for being here. So, I have kind of a bunch of questions here, but I have one issue that I want to mention that's not here, a question about, because of many things that have been on the news recently, and that has to do with immigration. And just last night, there was a whole story about a youth that was taken off a bus, volleyball player, honor student in Massachusetts someplace. And, you know, I'm just wanting to know what part you are playing in all of this, and is any of that a cost to us? Just clarify.
Yeah, sure. Commissioner, in short, no, we're not playing in that cesspool. The patch on our sleeve says Broward County. We're not ICE, we're not immigration. I don't work for the Department of Justice. I don't work for the President of the United States. I work for the people of this community. And so we have a long-standing history and practice of working with all our federal partners. But when it comes to some of the things that other sheriffs in this state has participated in increasing availability of manpower to execute some of these responsibilities that fall under immigrations, we are not. There has been a submittal of requests. The governor wanted to see all sheriffs participate in this one program, 287G, which was related to the inmate processing components, and we've always been in compliance with that. Then there was a pivot point to have deputies participate in 287G task force, whereas now it's the law enforcement apparatus that is out in the field and increasing the operational tempo for customs, meaning 20 deputies are assigned, let's say in Sarasota, to this particular task force. And those deputies are now basically operating under the will, or so, the partnership of immigration. I've dedicated the 2 people that's always been there. I've not increased that. We have other priorities in this community that I'm focused on, and immigration is not one of them. Not to dismiss the importance of that, but we have had case after case just a few months ago to speak about why it's important for us as law enforcement practitioners to focus on the criminal components, not administrative components when it comes to immigration. I don't care what country you're from. If you commit a crime in this country or commit a crime in this county, I'm coming for you. But what I refuse to do is take this notion that we need to be knocking on doors or arresting children or going into daycare centers or restaurants and taking and snatching people off these streets who have been paying taxes and contributing to this society in some positive form, regardless if they're a U.S. citizen or not. It's not within our purview, it's not within our responsibility, and I won't participate in it. This is something that has alarmed this community repeatedly, and I've been crystal clear, and I have not wavered in my stance in the last 6 years, and I won't.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
I think it reflects the values that we
Absolutely
care about in our community and the people. I had one question about the, I'm just going to go through this, the question on the substation at the airport for Terminal 5. It just, you know, kind of seems like, you know, there's a huge number of deputies, you know, that are needed there. And I don't know, it's just that I guess, you know, fortunately, we haven't heard of incidents or, you know, anything bad happening at the airport. So you're looking at a huge increase here. And so I was just, you know, wondering if there was some other way. I know when I had spoken to Mr. Ruiz, you know, of, you know, expanding what's there, or, you know, additionally, I'm saying if we're going from 38 million to 50 million people, we're going to need obviously more. But the question is how, and, you know, how do we do it within some kind of range of, you know, fiduciary responsibility, given what's happening in, you know, within the budget process this year.
Sure. No, I think the biggest thing is I'm obligated to come here and speak about my concerns from the security side of it. I'm well aware of everything that's going on with the budget and with the county and the struggles and the reductions, and I'm not dismissing it. But this is not something that occurred just 1 year. We've been dealing with this for almost over a decade, in that there has been reduction after reduction in personnel from the ASOs going back from 2008. There's been a reduction in law enforcement personnel out there as well, but yet the volume continues to grow. And we have not strategically invested in a district command from the infrastructure side as of yet. We have partnered and paired and been accommodating with this commission and the county administrator to move at times when it was a necessity. But we're at a point where, I cannot forget this. I had 84 employees go on workers' comp because they were operating in a non-conducive environment for their health or performance. We can't go back to that. I don't know what the mechanism is amongst this group to invest in that area, but what I do know is from 2022, going into December of 2023, $3 billion were invested in that airport and renovation, and not one penny was spent towards the public safety interest in terms of trying to build a district or modifying it. And now we're rolling into another $400 million for for Terminal 5. There must be an investment to place a district in that area. I travel often on behalf of this community, and the one thing I always witness from one major airport to the next, even our international colleagues overseas, I've seen this. There's high visibility of police substations and districts in these large operating airports, and we don't have it. And I don't know where we rank yet, but I know we're way up there in terms of top tier airports in the country. 6 or 7 or something like that, I'm not sure. 50 million people coming through this airport will task saturate our operational response. And there's things that I can't say here, but I will call each and every one of you and make you aware of this. Our policies, BSO policies, in response to active shooter and mass casualty incidents are strikingly different than our federal partners. And when things go bad, it will be BSO on the front line, and everyone else will shelter in place. We don't have enough manpower down there. We got lucky back in 2016 when we had that active shooter down there. That was a single individual, mentally disturbed, who got access to his weapon systems, fired, and was eliminated within minutes. That was not a strategic assault with one or more individuals attacking one piece of a terminal after the next, like we've seen overseas, and one country after the next, from Israel to many others. We have to anticipate that type of tragedy happening here. And if it doesn't, it's better to be prepared than be pulling a bunch of bodies out because we didn't plan accordingly. So that's my advocacy for this. I don't know how you do it. I don't know what this body says or what marching orders you give to the county administrator to get it done. But we just put shovels in the ground, and Terminal 5 is not complete, so the opportunity is now.
Okay. Thank you. Also about the helicopters, I'm just curious, how much are we committing to, because you said we're not going to need any more helicopters in the next couple of years. What is the amount that we've committed future commissions to with regard to helicopters?
Commissioner, that's still under negotiation. It's also what fiscal years they come in. But the plan is to replace helicopters out at 10 years. We have 2 law enforcement helicopters that by the time we get the replacements, they'll be at about 10 years. And based on, industry experts, that's the best time to trade out a helicopter. You don't want to trade it out too new, but you don't want to trade it out too old. So 10 years for law enforcement's a sweet spot.
I could share this also just in preparation for what we're trying to do overall. It's not just a matter of the replacement of the helicopters, right? We're there in that we have 2 state-of-the-art H-145s and H-125 law enforcement and DOD. When we did the analysis...
They are paid for?
Correct.
Okay,
when we,
so you have 1 more.
Well, I'll finish explaining it. So when we start looking at this comparison about what do we need based on the volume of calls for services that we're having, both in fire rescue and law enforcement, and compare that on best practices and comparable agencies and sheriff's office, we need a fleet of at least 6 helicopters in this community. So our goal is to build out a fleet over the next several years where we can have that type of volume of services. Even with these new helicopters, day one, we were saving lives, literally. Even with the operational tempo that we have right now, we could use some more helicopters, but we know we've gone through this battle. We've worked with the county. The administrators have been excellent in this endeavor to put us in a position where we can at least sustain the tempo that we have. But population density going up, those calls for services, and the time on flight aircraft will increase the burdens on those systems and maintenance. So it's best to have a rotational fleet. So that's what we're trying to establish.
I just was interested in what is already committed out there. In other words, it's on order that someone has to pay for.
Yeah, Commissioner, nothing is on order at this moment. We're still negotiating. 1, maybe 2. It has to do with replacement cycles, and we're not going to just sign a contract for convenience. I want to make sure the taxpayers and the residents in this county are properly represented based on my fiduciary duty to them. But this board did approve a down payment on one of the helicopters. But as I said, until I'm comfortable with that contract, we're not signing.
I have a question about salaries. Do you have a comparison? I don't know if there's, what the difference might be, up, down, whatever, with the non-contract cities and the salaries that are being paid there compared to those that are under BSO?
You can go through the salaries, that's fine.
Yeah, I'd have to check the actual salary study. I do know that some of the local agencies were looked at, but Colonel Dunbar is behind me, and I believe he has the specifics.
Can you come up in front of a microphone so
Can you
hear?
come to a mic, please?
You're fourth from the bottom.
Fourth from the bottom. So does that mean all the cities that contract with you?
Well,
I mean,
everyone gets paid the same.
Same,
All
right.
BSO and deputy
Right.
sheriffs get
So-
paid the same. BSO compared to our municipal cities, Fort Lauderdale, Miramar, Pembroke Park, Coconut Creek, we're fourth from the bottom.
Do we have a list, do we have a chart like that that shows that? Do you have one available?
Yes, we do. So we'll share everything that we have on it
I
from
would
the
just be
salary study
curious to-
component.
to-
Yeah.
To see that. And then I just wanted to mention about when you said this, the FCC was eliminating funding, that, we need to pick up the additional funding. And this is the crux of what we're dealing with here. I mean, that is just one agency of federal government. I mean, we are looking here at many others, HUD, mental health, all of them, the SAMHSA grants. I mean, it's all across the board. So I think that's, kind of why there is, a concern, because we can't pick it all up. There is no way this county can pick it all up. So we have to prioritize. And so, I mean, I appreciate, you coming in and telling us exactly what you need. And then we have to find the things that we can afford to do and what are the most important ones and do that. So, but thank you very much.
Commissioner, just to follow up on that, just so you know, BSO did fight that. It did go to court. BSO was involved with Florida sheriffs, national sheriffs. We kind of had a lead role in that, and the courts just sided with the FCC and eliminated the funding altogether. And my position is they took an axe when they should have taken a scalpel. I do think that they probably could have done some things better, but instead they just completely lopped that entire revenue stream.
And
But thank you
unfortunately-
for those comments.
Thank you, but I mean, unfortunately, we have that happening all across the board in different agencies and different, funding sources that affect and impact all of us here in Broward County. So, thank you.
County Administrator?
Thank you. I did want to clarify, I've got Mark Gale confirming some information and numbers, and we're actually at 35 million passengers, and it's actually we're seeing a 7% decrease in passengers, not increases, year over year. So, and T5, as you all know, is well, we're at 90% design, and that is a very small footprint. And we do have some things that we've been working on and working with your team at the airport, Sheriff, that I'll need to get back to my board before we present it back to you, because we got your signed MOU, but that was not really in collaboration with us, in conversation with, when I first saw that was the first time I'd seen those proposals. So I wanted to make sure that our board understood where we were thinking, and I know your captain over there has been working with our director, Mark Gale, and we're looking at a proposal that will be at the Public Safety Building out at the airport. And I know, we've talked a little bit internally about that with some scenarios, and we've given, there has been a couple of $1 million, as the auditor had pointed out, in some audits that he'd done at the airport, where we built out space. In fact, part of this will be to swap out some folks where we've got and put them in the space where we built out for your folks.
And so it's very detailed, it's complex, but I wanted to fine tune that with our airport folks and your folks at the airport, Sheriff. But I want to make sure I get it to the board, and then we'll send something back over to you in response to what you sent over this week. So I just want to make sure in context, you have the full picture and that it's not been done in a vacuum. Mark and I have been talking about this for months. As you may know, we're really up against the deadline. I think we're maybe already incurring some fees because that space is not cleared out for the T2 connector to start. And that was the large Tudor Perini contract that you all know about. So we need that space ready to start construction. And so I don't want to incur any more fees waiting for that space to be cleared. So I
Keeping us in the loop will be.
Yeah, we will absolutely, and I'll make sure that through Mark and Michael, we'll make sure we get that to you in very short order. I've got, drawings and everything ready to share with you.
Okay.
And of course, with the sheriff and his team.
Yeah. Commissioner Fisher.
Yeah, following on that line, Mr. Pierre, that's good news, because I was going to ask about, have we planned anything in T5 for BSO? So obviously, working together there, we want to make sure that we include everybody in that conversation. And Sheriff, it looks like there's about 3 priorities. What I'm understanding is salaries, PSAP, and airport district is kind of what I'm hearing you as a theme here. So I also want to make sure that in your capital improvement budget, building budget, that and I talked to Mr. Rees about this yesterday, is I want to make sure that our folks get with your folks to go through that capital improvement, just to make sure that, there's something we might want to have to do now. We want to make sure that life safety issues, deal with that. We want to make sure that that's handled.
Yeah,
and he's going to cooperate with you on that there. Just 2 other focuses is we talked about the regional communications sheriff and about additional 27 folks. And I'm going to reiterate where we were and where we are now, but I heard you say that we're fully staffed now, which is a blessing, thank goodness. But the additional 27, help me just kind of absorb that, because if we're full now and we're at capacity and we're running good, tell me what the 27 additional folks are for.
I'll let Colonel Arena explain it, but it goes back to just making sure we're meeting best practices and standards when it comes to the ratio between supervisors and personnel.
And the good news is your reports, of course, are in compliance now. Your reports you provide us are really spot on, so.
Yeah, no, look, we have been performing, in terms of our dispatch personnel, outstanding. I mean, they have just stepped up to the plate. There was a concern about the salaries. They were rightfully concerned about it. We met that need. Now they're able to perform and get things done. But I think to stay consistent and maintain that, we got to have the necessary supervisory personnel to have that oversight over them. And then, of course, going into our own facility. I think Colonel Arena had something to add on that.
Okay.
Commissioner, if I could just add, we are doing well. In fact, the minute I was transferred out, it became phenomenal. So the sheriff's not putting me back. But one item that's come up. One item that's come up is NFPA. We are doing good on all the metrics. There's one metric that relates specifically to fire, how quick those calls are dispatched. We're not quite where the metric is supposed to be, but I did want to brief this board. It's looking like the NFPA, the National Fire Protection Association, they're going to change that standard because they realize that in some communities, such as Broward, for example, we still seem to do a good job from talking to our fire chiefs. But we're going to bring that back. Also, sir, if you'll allow me to go back to the capital project, one important distinction, we're not allowed to budget for that. That's actually something that we asked for. But it will be carried on your books. But yes, we've worked together with county administration. I think we do need to work a little bit better together because I can come in here and say, hey, I need this repaired in the jail. But at the end of the day, it needs to be vetted by county FMD, county CMD. They need to come out because they are experts. I got staff that's pretty good at this, but it's what your staff does every day. So we're going to facilitate their visits to the jail and, just have them just itemize it. And again, I may want to do one project before another one, but they have insight that I don't. They might come back and say, it actually makes more sense to do this because there's a savings. So again, based on what I've heard here from the board and the sheriff, we got to work better together than we are. Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm. So I'm looking at the 27 as more supervisional folks that are at the regional communication, not the day-to-day folks that work there. That's what you're kind of looking at, right? Okay. And then just one more a question is, when it comes to the contract cities, I know those are cost pass-throughs, and although we cash flow it at the beginning, but ultimately it's cash flow. I'm just curious, obviously, for my home city, Pompano Beach, I think it went up, or your ask was like 27%, which was, I guess, additional 28 people and some salary adjustments. But I'm hearing from Dunbar that the salaries are the same to every deputy. So just give me kind of an insight of why that is a super jump to them. I think of all the cities, that's probably the largest one I think I saw here. Why is that such a deep, jump?
So, Commissioner, what we mean by every deputy gets paid the same. So, for example, I'm pretty sure that a Margate officer is paid differently than a Pembroke Pines officer. That's just the way it works. 2 different cities. But under our system, a Lauderdale Lakes officer is paid the same as a Deerfield officer. It doesn't matter, one city's bigger, busier, they're all paid the same. So when you're in the specific case of Pompano, our largest district,
I think that's the largest district you have, right?
Yep,
District
yep,
11?
it is. Yeah, a deputy in Pompano gets paid the same as maybe a deputy in Lauderdale by the Sea, which is probably our smallest district. Now, as far as the salary range adjustment, it'll be the same. If we get funded for this, the Pompano deputy will make the same as a Lauderdale by the Sea deputy, but based on their time in class. In other words, a senior deputy always makes more than a junior deputy. Sure. So that's the same. No city is being charged a different amount of money than the other. It has to do with a percentage of the budget, because remember, you're also factoring capital and operating into the cities. For example, Lauderdale by the Sea may not have a capital request. Pompano may. So it's an overall, that 24% figure, I think, is what's out there. It's a representation of the overall budget. When you factor in, too, that Pompano's proposing adding 28 additional sworn staff, which sworn staff is expensive, that's the reason why you get that high number.
So the municipality asked for that, right? You're
Yes,
telling
sir.
me. Okay, so they asked for the additional personnel.
Yes, there's a specific reason for every deputy. There's a specific plan that the district commander's aware of, in consultation with the city manager.
Are the other cities that are contracted, are they asking for additional personnel too?
Some cities have, and I was going to just go back to your old stomping grounds with Pompano. Pompano has been very responsive to our requests when it comes to needs. Pompano has been one of those cities, at least in my 6-year tenure, where there's always a repeated request for operational increases, right? We get X amount of homicides, there's a call for action, so we deploy a multitude of resources. But going back to what I was saying about district, unincorporated area 54 for us, is we want to be able to sustain that type of service. So when we sat down and worked with Pompano, I said, these are the figures and numbers that would work to give you the enhanced patrol, community programs, all these things. They didn't flinch. They went with it.
Okay, great. And then on the BMSE, it's for 1 sergeant, correct, is what the ask is?
We're looking at 1 sergeant and 4 deputies. Now, part of what we're looking at doing right now is how can we do this without requesting those 100%? If there's a way for us to move some PCNs around and get the 4, this is my effort to try to do what we can to help this budget battle in terms of what we're all dealing with collectively as a county. If we can't do that, then we're definitely going to need the allocation for it. Something else came up, and a point of interest. And Marty, when the property appraiser was here, he had mentioned about the success, and there was some praise given to that. And we're not requesting for those personnel this year. I think we're forgetting that those 3 members that we have assigned are taken from another responsibility. Mm-hmm. And eventually what we need to do in that component with the property appraiser's office, because we're seeing the criminality that's taking place there, I would like to come back here perhaps next year, hand in hip with Marty, and say, hey, we need 5 dedicated PCNs to create his investigation permanently division, where we would be the providers in terms of the expertise and investigators, but they will constantly work exclusively on the areas that he's focused on. But again, I didn't want to jump into that this year. I said, we're going to make it work this year. Mm-hmm. Colonel Robson is going crazy because he wants his people back. But I said, we're going to make this work until it's time to get the appropriate funding for it.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Mayor.
Senator Geller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, Colonel Urana, you should make an assumption, with the exception of this book, which I've glanced at, that I've read every page of every document that y'all have sent me and the county has sent me. Something that I constantly find annoying / infuriating is, I beg you, if you, and I don't know whether it's Norm or Mike, can work together. The numbers between the county and BSO never match because each of you categorize things slightly differently. And so when I try and look at the county's numbers and your numbers, they never match. The totals may match, but the categories don't. And it just makes it extremely difficult for us to do an analysis. So I'm begging that in the future, if BSO and county can try and get together more so that when we get the county's numbers and BSO's numbers, the categories are the same, because it would make the analysis so much easier. So.
Yes, sir. Just one comment on that, sir. Statute regulates how BSO presents the numbers. We actually do more than what simple statute requires because we understand the complexities of Broward. But I think this year we actually got those numbers a little bit closer together. But we have some ideas for next year. For example, dispatch, that's one of the issues that comes up. It's services that are provided to cities. That's under a different type of contract, so we come up with ways to accurately represent those numbers. But your point is well taken, sir. We made some progress, and we anticipate making more progress next year.
Okay, thank you, Colonel. And Sheriff, when you were talking about the unincorporated area, you mentioned District 5, which is actually my district, and I think, and Commissioner McKenzie and I sometimes dispute, I think I have slightly more of the unincorporated district than he does. I think he believes he has slightly more than I do, but they're roughly the same. The Broadview.
I'm not getting in the middle of that.
Don't. Broadview.
I got my own problems.
Broadview Park is the area that I represent, and it is. When you keep referring to the Central Broward District, are you including Broadview Park in that?
Yes, the reason why we talk about in terms of the district aspect is just because the volume of calls for services in that particular area, I think we answer about 26,000 calls per services every year compared to other parts of the unincorporated area. As the Colonel explained, it's just more of grasslands and territory than it is in population density. So between those two groups, we're talking about 26,000 calls per services.
I think that between Commissioner McKenzie and I, we represent at least, but probably more than 90% of the unincorporated residents of Broward. And I speak at Broadview Park regularly, and one of the complaints I get at every meeting is they are concerned about lack of law enforcement, but even more fire rescue. And I know that there are plans to build at least 450 new homes in Broadview Park. And they are very concerned about, with the roughly 9,500 residents that they already have, they're concerned about particularly EMS and fire. So as we are proceeding, please make sure that you're looking at both the three communities that Commissioner McKenzie represents, but Broadview Park as well. Because again, I get these complaints regularly on this from that area.
Yes, sir. And we tend to speak often about the law enforcement concerns because it's like more calls are coming for services in there, but we haven't excluded the fire component. We're covering both of those in terms of the needs. The Colonel talked about, rolling in some new equipment, apparatus-wise. Those are going to give us the logistical capability to meet some of those needs. But I'll talk to the fire chief and get with him and see, okay, in the next 3 years, what are we anticipating in terms of personnel needs? But we have not ignored that.
Okay. Thank you. Next,
excuse me, sir, just to expand upon the sheriff. I haven't briefed the sheriff yet, but this will be a good time. Sheriff, we're actually planning with the fire chief.
Good time was yesterday.
Yeah. we're actually.
We'll talk later, Colonel.
Yeah, we're actually planning a study for District 5, maybe not this fiscal year, but the next fiscal year for fire rescue. So it's something that the staff that you pay well for, Sheriff, We kind of anticipated that need. Thank you.
Like I said, Commissioner, we have an active ongoing study.
Thank you both on that. And Sheriff, I also want to start by thanking you as a member of the Jewish community in Broward. You've done really great work in posting law enforcement vehicles and personnel at a lot of our Jewish communal centers, and I'd like to thank you for that. And ask you, and if you want to make this a private briefing, because I don't want you to reveal anything, obviously, that would be security, something that could affect security. But in light of the recent shootings in both Washington and Denver, I would like a briefing, either public or private, whichever you think appropriate, as to what else is being done in the light of those to ensure the safety of the community.
Yes, sir. I think on the surface, you've already highlighted some of the baseline patrol things that we're doing for high visibility. I'll give you a call on the other operational
Okay,
things.
and that's right. Thank you. I think you're doing a good job in that. Next topic, I just wanted to briefly, because there was some touch on that, discuss the defund the police bill or I believe Governor DeSantis refers to that as the elimination of property tax bill. I did not support defunding the police several years ago, and I don't support it now, but if they eliminate 70 or 80% of our general revenue taxes, I have no idea. Obviously, there's no money left for anything right now. I know that most municipalities, counties, are somewhere between 50 and 65% go towards public safety of their GR dollars. So I'm hoping that you can talk with the other sheriffs and other law enforcement agencies to make everybody understand how dangerous to public safety elimination of property taxes would be.
There is 67 sheriffs in this county, in this state.
Okay.
And everything north of Orlando is a different world.
Mm-hmm.
South Florida is an independent entity of itself. From Palm Beach to Miami, the way we think and operate and our concerns are different. I'm always an advocate to make sure we're properly funded. And I'm actually happy I'm not a legislator, because some of these things will have a first, second, and third unintended consequence that no one's talking about. So I have no intentions on being quiet about these issues or concerns, whether it's speaking to the Senate, speaking to the House up there, speaking to the governor's team. This just is something that I think we're going to see over time may impact us on the negative side, but it has some positive components to it. I'm staying in my lane.
Okay. Let me now get into some specifics on the budget. Let me first ask you about the budget certificate, which is page 9 of the proposed budget book. In that, it has a budget certificate, total operating budget fiscal year 25-20-26 of $1,470,000,000. What does that include? And let me specifically ask, does this include, is that just from RGR? Does that include the amount that you get from the municipalities? Does this include the amount that you get from state or federal grants? Can you just elaborate what that $1,470,000,000 is? What is included in that? I mean,
it includes everything that we consider regional services. It also includes everything that we do with contract services, be it police, be it fire. And again, the reason for that is it's a pass-through. The county originally funds that, then we pass it back. It does not include grants. Grants is a different type of funding source, but under our statutory responsibilities, that is our budget, regardless of I don't want to say where the money comes from, because the money comes from the county, but whatever's passed back, that origin doesn't matter. Grants, for the most part, that doesn't touch the county. That's direct from the grantor to us. We perform and we account for the money. So okay. I would say it includes everything except grants.
All right. So this then is including, as you've said, the cities that they reimburse the county for that. Okay. If I can ask you to turn to your regional budget, regional services budget comparison, which is page 6. I have to tell you, I could not make head nor tails of this because you've got rows and columns, and rows normally add up one way and columns normally add up and down. And I could not make the columns add up no matter how I tried. And I'm hoping you can explain it to me because just as an example, let's look at percentage change. If you have 24.91% in personnel services, and that's an increase of 140 million. And then you go down and you add in the operating expenses, you decrease the capital outlay and the reserves, and then you get to the 19.97%, and up through there, I can make the numbers add up. Then the next number is consolidated dispatch, which is 18.24%. And when I add up 19, 18, whether I add them, whether I average them, whether I divide them, whether I go by the square root, I can't come up with 9.02%. So can you just explain what this chart actually means? Because I could not make the numbers work.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. I think this is my way of making sure that the sheriff keeps me on board. No, I'm kidding. As Colonel indicated, one of the reasons why some of the things we do in our budget, one, because we are part of the GFA, the prestigious award, and they have certain requirements for us to do certain things in the budget book. Secondly, because, and I think after I explain it, you'll understand it better. If we go back
But do you understand why I'm saying I can't?
Absolutely, and I'm going to make it very simple, and I think you're going to get it. So if you compare this to slide number 19 and number 15 of the county, and then I'll explain why mine says 19. And then the county also had another slide where it shows 19. So for example, when we're preparing the budget, it's different when you're putting slides together. So the county, the way they put the slides together is based on a summary of the funding that they have on behalf of BSO. In prior years, the communications budget was not funded what we consider, and Norm can attest to this. We don't consider regional funding. It was considered funding source 2. So we have funding source 1 and funding source 2. The communications was considered like a contractual service. So when we moved communications over, we don't move the money over in our budget till the county moves it. So therefore, that funding source is still in the second bucket, not in the first bucket. So if you look at slide number 19.
You're referring to the one that says
The county.
overview of fiscal year
Correct, absolutely.
26?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes. So the way the county does it, because it's a slide presentation, they correctly do it. They're showing, okay, BSO on the general fund, not included communications, is a 9% increase. Now, you have communications separate, and that's how they're separating it, correctly so. They're saying, okay, communications has a 18.2% increase because they're asking for $12.5 million, correct? So regional without communications is only 9%, leaving communications out. Communication by itself has an 18.2% increase. If you combine communications, meaning bringing the money over from prior years, budgeted, into the equation, then BSO's increase is 9.80%, 980.
That's from the county slide, I see
Right.
on
What I'm
page
saying
19.
is that because we're preparing the budget and we have to use chapter 30, and it's actually preparing the budget, we cannot bring over the base money in our budget preparation, because one thing is presentation and one thing is preparation. So we could not bring over the 68 or 69 million dollars, the base budget. It's actually 68.7.
I would just
from the
ask you
base.
in the future to do this perhaps on a separate slide, because the way that when I look at a chart, the numbers in the rows need to add up, and the numbers in the columns need to add up, and the numbers in the columns are not related to the numbers you have because, not because the numbers are incorrect.
Correct.
Your numbers are correct. The chart is what doesn't
Because
make
of the
sense.
communication dollars. So again, what I will do is we'll do a chart on the presentation, not on the actual. So but we wanted to show the actual budget. And at the end, if you notice slide number 6, we break it down. 19% is if we don't bring forward communications, because we have to be accurate and we have to be transparent. And we did not bring forward the communications budget because the county doesn't move it into our general fund.
Okay. I want to go back to my question on your total budget. So, again, you're saying it's $1,470,000,000, but that excludes state and federal dollars, correct? Is that correct?
Grants.
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other state and federal dollars other than grants? That also excludes, for example, your fund when you seize people's what? Yeah.
No, LETF, sir, is held by the county. That does not reflect on our budget.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out, because again, you have the ability under law passed a couple of years ago to arbitrarily move funds around in your budget however you want. I'm just trying to figure, except for the state and federal funds, if you need, I'm going to pull a number out of the air, which will absolutely be wrong. This is just for illustrative purposes. If you need $30 million to fight gangs, and you receive $12 million from a grant from the state government for gang prevention, that doesn't show up in this, correct?
Grants are reflected in our budget book, but not as part of our budget request. There's a separate page that
Okay.
lists the grants that we do receive.
Is that listed anywhere in the book that you've given us?
Yes, I believe so. That's listed,
Do you know what page that is?
I'd have to research it, and again, that's because it's not part of our budget. And we report on grants that we've already received, but we can't necessarily report on grants that we expect to receive or hope to receive.
Okay. The reason that I'm asking is it's hard for us to, when we're trying to review how much money you need, if we think that you've put in a request for 30 million for gang prevention, and we say, yeah, they need 30 million for gang prevention, but you're getting 20 million from state grant, we never see that, and we don't know whether or not we really need to put 30 million in or we need to put 10 million in. How can we work so that we can resolve this better in the future,
Commissioner,
Sheriff?
in the 6 years I've been here, we don't double dip. We've not come into this commission and asked for funding that we're already getting either supported through federal grants or state. We come in here, we introduce the figures that we need for long-term operational to get the necessary PCNs or infrastructure done. The other side of this that we need to pay close attention to when we're talking about grants, grants can come and go with the wind, depending on who's the administrator, depending on who's the president, depending on who's the governor, so on and so forth. So grant applications and submission to support projects, they're okay, but we operate under the premise that what if we don't get these grants? What's the next preparatory plan to come to the commission for? So there's no overlap of, if we ask for 30 in your scenario, and we got 12 million from the state or the feds, and then we're not disclosing that to this body. That's never gonna happen, all right? You can't, from my position, right, this falls on me as the sheriff. It's not fair to the taxpayers, it's not fair to this group, and it's unethical. in my opinion, it's just unethical to do business like that with your partners.
So what would happen if you do get 12 million, using your example from the state or feds?
Commissioner, we can go down scenario lane for 20 more minutes. I'm telling you, if we are funded correctly and we have the things that we submitted here, and if a grant comes in somehow and that makes a double dipping process, we will disclose it. I'll come back here, we'll return the funds, or we'll come and talk to this commission and says, hey, there's a surplus of $5 million that we could use for X project that came in through the grants and get whatever blessings need to be done here. But we're talking about scenarios that I would consider misconduct and unethical in this agency, and I won't tolerate it.
Sheriff, your position is very reasonable. Thank you for that. Only one or two more. You mentioned back on the regional communications 27. I believe, Colonel, you said that this would substantially reduce overtime. Is that correct?
Yes, right now we have, the easiest way to explain, one post, one desk. It has to be staffed 24/7, 365. It's on overtime. Generally, one position, 24/7, 365, is 6 FTEs. So 6 of those FTEs will go to staff that desk. The savings would be whatever we pay in overtime to staff that desk now. And again, it depends based on the overtime rate for each individual person. Some folks might get more overtime, some might get less based on seniority. But that would be the savings. We're not saying we'd eliminate overtime together, just whatever we saved making those positions full-time would shift over to the salary line instead of the overtime line.
Colonel, what you're saying makes a lot of sense. When I had gone over this in advance with county staff, I was under the impression that there was not a reduction in your overtime request. So I would ask that the county and you get together, because what you're telling me, what the county told me, don't exactly match. So I just want to make sure the two of you get together and we make sure that it is matching.
Yeah, I probably should have explained it better, Commissioner. You still have a net increase because presuming these salary range adjustments kick in, regular overtime is going to cost more money. So there is still a net increase, but there's a decrease in those positions. Stated differently, the increase would have been greater if the positions are not added.
And Sheriff, I'm sorry, Colonel, again, I agree that if you can eliminate overtime pay by adding positions, that makes sense. I just want to make sure that you and the county, because I've been told different things, I just want to make sure that the two of you coordinate this. Hold on. Sheriff, I'm going to close by just making a statement to you here. As the elected sheriff of Broward County, it is understandable to me that you want the best and best funded sheriff's office in the nation, because that is your only elected position to worry about law enforcement. And I understand that. But I just want you to understand the conflict that creates with the county commission. I believe, I've said this before, I'll say this again, that the single most important duty of government is to protect its citizens. And I believe that law enforcement, fire are the most important duties that government provides, but they're not the only things that the county provides. County has to fund elections, property appraiser, mental health, libraries, parks, all of these other things. You're in a unique position, which I think is great for you but horrible for us, because you get to spend money without having to raise the taxes to pay for it. We're the ones that have to come up with the revenue and balance all of our many conflicting needs. And I understand from your position, and if I were you, I honestly would be in the same position. You know, I'm not elected. If I were you, you know, your position is you're not elected to worry about funding the supervisor or parks or libraries. You have one focus. But please understand that we have to worry about both raising the money, getting it from the taxpayers, and funding everything else. And with everything that's happening right now, where we continuously read about cutbacks in federal grants, federal funding, and meaning we have to pay more at the local level for services, cities and counties that the federal and state governments are going to not be funding. And additionally, that the state government is looking at affecting how much we have to spend on everything. We're never going to be able, there will be an eternal conflict where you're going to be asking for the best of everything, and we simply don't have the money to do that. And even if we wanted to raise millage, which I see no enthusiasm for on this commission, but even if we did, the state's going to take away our, it's going to be reducing our funding, potential funding sources. So please understand, we have immense respect for your deputies, the firefighters, as well as the local police. We have great respect for you. The problem is there is a conflict, and I really wish, and I've discussed this with county attorney, if there's any way where we can say, fine, we'll give you 51% of the budget, whatever you got, the average of the last 2 or 3 years, and say, anything you want more than that, go to the voters and you raise it. And that way you can make the argument. But that's unfortunate. That would require a constitutional amendment, and that's not going to happen. So we're in the situation where we have to be able to go to our voters and justify every dollar we get. And that means, as much as we would like to give you the finest sheriff's department in the nation, we have to temper our wants and our abilities to pay for them, and I want you to understand this. Thank you.
No, Commissioner, I will say this about you. You're consistent. Every budget cycle, you close with the same statement. I get it. I'll say it like I close out with you. I understand it, and you nailed it. It's not within my purview or even my consideration to handle the things that you handle. I'm a public safety expert and professional. My job is to make sure I do everything I can to keep people alive and submit numbers that are going to help me do that. So the conflict, it is what it is, but I'll see you next year.
Thank you, Sheriff. Mr. Mayor, I'm done.
Okay. Thank you, Dean. I'm not going to repeat everything that was said because I just don't want to do that. I'm taking more of a 50,000-foot view of this presentation. Couple things first. I would like to say that I do compliment you on what you're doing with some of our religious houses of worship. I mean, I actually thought the undersheriff was Jewish. I've seen her at so many of these different, and I mentioned that to you. I mean, I think that it goes beyond just you. It's a tone that you set with all your deputies. I see them there on Saturday mornings, and they're working hard. And it's noticed and it's appreciated, not just by me, but by the community, because people come up and tell me that all the time. All right, a couple things that I want to go through. Looking from 50,000 feet, I was actually pleasantly surprised when we got this budget. I think this is a much more reasonable first step than what we've seen in some of the last few years that we've been here. I think it's well thought out. I think that there's a lot of justification for, what you're asking for. And I don't think it's, a blatantly outrageous ask at the first strike. With that said, I don't know all the minutia and all the details. And I know over the next few weeks, your budget team and our budget team is going to work to sharpen pencils on this to see where these numbers can be massaged and come down. I mean, Marty said we had a 7.2% property value increase. I don't really want to see us go up with a 9% regional services increase. I'd like to be closer to, where we are on property value increase, is I'd still like to figure out a way to provide some kind of property tax relief to the people that are paying all our bills up here, because they need it and they deserve it. You mentioned a couple things. The dispatch, the increase in the numbers. I'm not sure the details of that. I'm not sure if this is the year where we're going to go up by 26 or 27 new regional communication staffers after what we did the last couple of years. I will say I read the exception report that Tracy sends me every month, and I think that we're doing much better, and I think we're doing a very good job on what's going on with regional communication now. And I know Colonel Lorena mentioned something about where we can use technology. We like to use that to save dollars there. And I know I think we have the Viper system now up and running that's doing automatic callbacks and doing a lot of the things that we talked about over the years. So I commend county staff and the sheriff's staff on that, on making that work. Sticking with that, I do support the increases to the extent that they're necessary to fully comply with Alyssa's law. I do think that the research and training unit, if the area where you're doing the real-time crime stuff, I think that should tie into Alyssa's law, like I know that you do, and I think that's a model in the nation, and I think that we should make sure that we're continuing to do that right. But that's certainly not 26 people. Staying with the PSAP, I know I had asked county administration, and they can respond to this, but we had an agenda item, I think in January, talking about the PSAP, or the Regional Communication Answering Center. I'm okay continuing that. I know there's dollars budgeted for that. I'm not on the county side on this. I'm not on the sheriff's side on this. Whatever is the best for public safety at the most effective cost, that's what I'm voting for. I don't need any fluff on that thing. When I'm convinced what's the best, that's what I'm voting for. Period, end of story. And I know that that's what everybody wants. If it's better to be in the Regional Communication Center downtown where you are, that's where my vote's going. If it's better to be what we're planning out west in that emergency operation building, that's what I'm voting for. I just haven't seen the final. I know we had one meeting on that, but we haven't finished that. But I encourage everyone to get together, since that's listed as one of your priorities. As to the airport issue, I agree that there's got to be some, and I've said this at the last few budget meetings that we've had over the years. I believe that airport administration and port administration need to get with the sheriff and some kind of expert on who it is to determine what's the best to make sure that full public safety, law enforcement, fire is correctly handled out of those, major, I don't want to say targets, but major economic engines and potential targets to somebody who would want to, cause problems. I think that needs to be expedited, and that needs to be worked on with the sheriff's office and with the aviation department to make sure that there's the appropriate level of staffing and the appropriate command center capital improvements that are needed so that we have a first-class operation there. Those really are my comments. I know that we're going to see this again. Like I said, I didn't think it was that outrageous on the first blush where it came to us, whereas last year I thought it pretty much was, something where we were so far apart. I encourage everyone to continue working together, and I think that shows when you come to this one. I don't think we're going to see, the type of newspaper articles that we saw last year, because we're not that far off on where we need to be to make this happen.
Commissioner Davis.
Thank you so much. I'm not going to be speaking much. I'm just glad that I'm able to be here. My first budget hearing with BSO. I'm really pleased that I was able to go to your facility and really see the work that you've done. And I'm looking forward to learning more and doing more as we go on in this process. So thank you so much for everything. And I appreciate all the work that you've done along with our administration to come to what you already have at this moment. Thank you.
Commissioner McKenzie.
I think a lot has been said. I think we all pretty much think alike for the most part. I'm a little upset with you, Sheriff. You came into this room, you hugged Monica, you hugged Kim, and you did not hug me. I'm offended, but we're gonna move forward. But I do agree with you and Senator Geller that you guys are consistent with your last remark to every budget meeting. He says what he says, and then you close with what you close with. What I'm looking for is what you can and cannot live with, and let's just try to make this happen. And I do want to just ask a couple questions, just for clarity, on a couple of things. And Senator Geller, I was wrong about our districts, and we have a fact-finding person in the room. I have more people in the BMSD than you do. You have land mass, so therefore, you could do more redevelopment, development, or transit-oriented projects. That's just a little pick at you.
You have 100 people more than I do?
I do. But BMSD, I think either, I teased Monica the other day, I think she either snitched on me or you heard the voices of the people in the BMSD with our series of meetings that we had. And I think I've seen some turnaround in that area in the last couple of weeks. It's a task force, if I'm not correct, that's on the streets that accosted me. I was illegally parked in a bike lane, unloading at a business, but never thought I'd be, tapped on the shoulder by a police officer who had no idea who I was, but did her job. And I was just so taken aback and appreciative. But I had just witnessed her 300 yards to the north, moving people along at the bus bench, and I'm saying to my staff, I'm calling, what's going on with BSO? Because they're moving people from the bus benches. And I've been talking about this stuff since I got here, and I've been talking about it at the city of Fort Lauderdale, but to see it, I was just taken aback. So I pulled over in the bike lane to express how I felt and unload a couple of boxes, and by the time she finished down there, she came at me. But then something else happened. A person on a bike came up and said they had just been robbed of their cell phone. She pulls out her pad, she starts writing, and she leaves me, goes down the street to deal with this cell phone issue. And then I see about 4 or 5 more police cars come up, and they take care of that. By this time, I've walked down the street to observe further, because I'm like, this is like, where did this come from? So by this time, she comes back, heard another officer, and they started, talking with me. They realized I am the commissioner, and they were talking about some needs that they wanted and needed. And I said, well, I can help you with the code enforcement piece, because that falls under us. And that day, we took care of some things that they needed, but we all shared our stories about wants and needs. And I think as a result of that meeting, we came up with some ideas of, and I proposed, and the constituents or the community at the time said they wanted their own policing. And I realized here today you presented some other options, which I'm very amenable to looking at. So we have option A and option B, and we'll circle back on that. But thank you for giving attention to that. And we have seen progress, and it didn't stop after that day. It's been 2 weeks, I think, since those incidents, and the presence is noted and appreciated. But some of the questions that I wanted to ask was when you talk about this comparison with salaries, and I think you use Fort Lauderdale and a couple other agencies that don't contract for service with us. So those are city versus sheriff. Where do you rank with the other 60-something sheriffs in terms of salary?
I don't have them.
And I would just use agencies of our size.
And that's how the salary study was conducted, right? We contract out private entities to come and do an analysis, and they took the top tier. They didn't look at every single sheriff's office in the state because it wouldn't be a comparison. But they did include county government as one of those models, and we were still grossly beneath all the salary brackets to be competitive.
Sheriffs, I want sheriffs like Miami.
Sheriff's Office, Andy, do you have all your?
I can provide a copy of the salary studies, but we did compare like-size sheriff's office.
Right.
in the state.
And where do we rank with that? They'll put us at number 4?
Well,
No.
number 4 is just within Broward County. I just
Okay.
want to give a comparison.
In Broward County,
In
but
Broward County, but with sheriff's office, we are woefully, if you just compare the sheriff's office, Miami-Dade and Palm Beach, those are main competitors. We are grossly underpaid compared to Palm Beach.
okay.
I use the word grossly.
Grossly? Thank you, sir.
This was part, I'm sorry, go ahead, Undersheriff.
Just to add to that, Palm Beach just approved a 16% pay raise for their deputies.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate that.
Be careful what you ask for, Commissioner.
No, I just want to know because I'm always looking, and I think we all want to support public safety. I mean, as you said, I just want to be able to compare and see what it's like as we go through this. I'm not an accountant. I'm a businessman, so I don't want to have this problem trying to figure out if I'm going to increase or decrease something. I make a decision and I roll with it based on what I have in hand, what I have in the bank. That's how I run my business, but government's different.
Commissioner,
So
the big problem
I'm trying to
we
get a
have-
consensus in this room with my colleagues and administration and yourself as to how we can take care of our public safety. So that's why I ask these questions, is not to put
No,
you
we
on.
get it.
You don't even have to answer. I just want to know what the comparisons are.
100% get it. And the problem that we have, or has been continue to happen here, when you look at how we structure terms of order of priorities, right? Recruit, train, retain. We don't have an issue, so to speak, with recruiting in certain disciplines now. We were approved the increased budget for DOD. We have a new launch campaign to fill those vacancies in the detention side. We had concerns early on with communications. That was properly funded. So it's clear when we are properly funded, the recruitment and the training and the retention will hold. In the areas in which we have not provided competitive pay, law enforcement, fire rescue, and our civilian bodies, that's where we're seeing people leave to Palm Beach and so forth. So to get this, kind of wrapped up, until we are able to have competitive salaries, we're going to continue to lose people. And the loss of those people is not just bodies, but it's investment, it's experience. We are now deemed the best training site in the state for everybody. And so people are coming here, getting hired, getting all this top-notch training, using our new facility, and they're leaving because we're not paying them well. So that's a poor, there's no return on your investment when we don't introduce the right salaries for them.
Okay. And the other thing I want to understand, we talk about the pass backs or the pass throughs. How does that impact the bottom line of your request? Does that decrease it, increase it? How does that work? Because you all talked about pass throughs and pass backs, and we get something back. How does that work?
So, using one city, for example, Dania Beach, it's a contract city. Dania Beach added more deputies. So the amount of money that the county fronts to us has to increase because we now have 4 more deputies in Dania Beach. But Dania Beach also pays more because they have 4 deputies that they're paying for. So we pass back the equal amount. So it is an offset, but the numbers have to balance. If there's more staffing or an increase, it could be a capital item, it could be anything, in a municipality under contract, there's more money that has to flow our way on the front end. But then on the back end, when the city gives us the money, we turn it back in revenue. That's probably a question that the county budget office could expand on. But our position is we're simply not allowed to keep a revenue. We have to return that. And I'm sure the county budget office wouldn't want to give us money unless we have a contract in place with our municipalities to return that. But in the simplest terms, there's really no impact other than if a city wants more resources, more money has to be available to pay for those resources.
But it would reduce that bottom line, right?
It would be equal. Yeah.
You're saying it's past you, but then you also say at the same time that we return that back to the county. So that I get real excited about something being returned back.
But you give me that money up front.
I know I give it to you up front. So,
Yeah.
but how does that for the public? That bottom line, you're asking for it now.
Yeah.
You're gonna give it back to us later.
I would have to defer that question to the county budget office, but I do know that using Dania Beach, for example, they've committed to pay
get all
BSO
that.
more, So that's more money that does flow back to the county. But I'm not exactly sure how that's handled when the money comes to us on the front end.
And
That's more-
how many of the cities do we see that scenario?
Whatever, I'll show you here.
And so what I'm saying is, what's that dollar amount? That's all I'm asking. And if it's in administration,
So to, I think, simplify the way that we budget the cities is, if the cities need $100 for the year, as the sheriff's office asks for cash, we provide the cash, and then as they get paid by the cities, at the end of the year, we get paid back. We cash flow them, so there isn't a cash problem on day one.
Right.
But by the end of the year, all of that money has been
well,
returned
what's
back.
that number?
Hold on, go to page 18 of our presentation has a chart that is actually from the BSO budget book. And the contract services are at the bottom of that page, and that is worth $580 million, $581 million. It's $580.9 million.
So that's what we call a pass-through, right?
That's correct. What'd you say? Yes, just for the cities.
Just for the cities. So
That's
then
correct. And
we
does it
front it.
also have airport and seaport, and airport and seaport.
We front it and then they give it back.
That's correct.
How much is that?
$580.9 million.
So how does that impact this request? So in action, I know what offsets it. I get that. But you're saying one number, and then if you're going to get it back, what's the real number on the table at the end of the day?
So these are contracts, how much?
And I understand it. I'm just trying to separate it out.
I would,
Oh, so
I
are you
dare
talk-
not to attempt to do their job, but I want to see if I can clarify this. You're asking how does it impact this body, right?
Because the public sees,
I got
the
it.
public sees a big number.
I got it.
Then we
What's
have
happening?
a big job to do, and then there's some pass-through money. So I always like to be
I
able
think
to
I have his question, Monica.
elaborate on
I think,
how that is
Commissioner, let
portrayed.
me give you my answer on it before Monica give you the academics behind it. What happens is the community hears that our budget request is $1.5 billion.
That's my
And the
point.
assumption is that this body here is paying for $1.5 billion of services, when that's not the case.
And that's
a third of that is covered through the cities.
That's right.
So what happens for this body is there's a constant continuation of we have to front a little bit more money because Pompano's got 28. We got to front a little bit more because Dania has X, Y, and Z. It just impacts the immediate operational consideration for this body in terms of what you have to put up front. But you also have to keep in mind, for whatever that figure is every year, a third of it is being paid independently by cities.
Of the big dollar
Of the big
amount,
dollars,
correct. So
right.
the ask for the county, and sorry, Sheriff, I want to just, yes.
But to
So the-
confuse everyone even more, the interest on that money could probably pay for the next 2 helicopters, but let's not go there.
So the ask of the commission from what general fund funds.
Right.
Of what the county commission is responsible for appropriating.
Mm-hmm.
The request is $889 million, and that overall is reflective of a 9.8% increase, which is $79.3 million more than the FY '25 adopted budget.
And I think I get it. I think we all get it. I'm just saying when we present, I think Sheriff, you did a good job at explaining that, because they see $1 billion here, and then we all kind of say we're good with that, but then they don't see how that's accounted for. The area that I specifically did a disclosure that I'm not an accountant, but I understand, what it is we're doing here today. So I appreciate that response, so that the public is aware as to where we go and how do we go on the second round when we see this again. So I just wanted a clarification, and thank you all for that. That concludes my questioning.
Vice Mayor Bogan.
Good afternoon, Sheriff. A lot of my questions, I think, have really been answered. Obviously, we all care about public safety. So the one thing I wanted to just say, because my questions have been answered, I think 3-4 years ago, we had a disagreement about the 911 And I really felt that your staff would not be able to correct problems. We were hearing all the problems, and you felt they would be able to correct the problems. I was wrong. You were right. Kudos off to you, because we don't have any more complaints about that. So great job on that. And as I said, my questions have been answered, so I have no more questions. Thank you.
You, sir.
Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. And I can always say, when the sheriff is in the house, I learn more about what he does than I knew before, okay? Meaning, Sheriff, thank you for what you're doing and how you have been clear in how you express, how you handle the funds and efficiently, and you will turn over everything back to us if there's any excess. And I appreciate that. But first and foremost, let me thank you for your statement around your position as it relates to immigration and what you might be asked to do. And it's good to hear that you have made no changes in the last year or a few months as it relates to how you handle the community and the residents and here in Broward County. So for me, that is comforting. I can tell you I'm learning a little bit more about the various activities that you're engaged with. And I want to take us back to the grants. And when I looked, I realized that unless I'm not reading it correctly, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Okay, just want to make sure. And on page 47, I'm seeing activities for 2024. You are saying the number of grants you guys were in charge of was 179 grants. In 2025, I think you're up to 198, and then you're projecting that you'll have 198. Like you said before in your presentation, you don't know what grants we'll get. Now we're, even on the county side, we're getting information that we're not going to get certain funding anymore. So we understand that clearly, but it's also understood by others, maybe. I'm just now realizing that you have a department here. And I'm also thinking most grants do have administration. Some percentage can go to administration of this grant. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Commissioner, can you clarify your question for me? I'm not quite tracking what you're requesting.
Okay, I'm saying you have a lot of grants that you manage, and I'm also asking, does those grants have administration covered, other than the services that the grant should provide? You have an administrative cost factored into that? That's what I'm trying to say.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Not clear?
Yes, ma'am, Commissioner. This is Colonel Oscar Lena speaking on behalf of the sheriff. Some grants, very few grants, definitely not the majority of grants, do allow for an administrative overhead allocation to that. I got to be candid, I'm not 100% sure how that's handled, but I do know that we work with the county budget office on that issue, because it's sort of like revenue, but I don't want to specifically tell you how it's handled, but we do recognize that very few grants do have an administrative cost off the top.
Okay, so by the next conversation, we should have a better understanding as to how those funds flow. As it relates to the different officers, the the city police law enforcement team compared to Broward County. And just wanted to remind those that are listening in that outside cities do not do anything with the airport and Port Everglades and the prison and, transportation for, prisoners to and forth, back and forth to the courthouse or all of that. I just wanted to ask a question around who cover that service, just like we know how we cover the airport seaport and certain activities in our prison system. When we are pulling law enforcement out and they are going back and forth to the courts and doing different things with our prisoners that we have to take care of, who covers that? Does that get covered by the counties or the cities?
Court services is provided as a partnership, ma'am, with the county. That is not a contractual service. So when it comes to critical infrastructure securities that we provide, the airport is one, court service is the next, and then the ports. When there's times for deployment of resources and we have to redirect deputies from other site locations, we rarely, if ever, pull from the courts, the airport, or the ports, because those are really critical infrastructures that account for billions of dollars that could shut down the entire East Coast if something has happened at that port. So we will supplement manpower for other needs outside of that particular part of regional services.
Okay, Sheriff, I know you budget for the port, so there's a cost for whatever you do at the airport and the seaport, and that's what I tried to say, if it was not clear. And the prison, we have to take care of that group of staffers. So I know there's a difference also between, the question was asked, what was the salary of city that are not governed or covered by BSO, their law enforcement, what are they paying? Do we know what they're paying? Because I think someone was trying to get what is the cost, how you compare a BSO officer to a city office, a city that has its own law enforcement resources. Do we compare with those?
Yes, ma'am. The salary study, the way it was conducted, was to analyze the cost in terms of salary, top-out pay, et cetera, for what our deputies are receiving. There was no fragmentation or separation from the disciplines or operational responsibilities that they have. So whether it be the courts, whether it be the ports, whether it be Dania Beach, Pompano, or Weston, the salary is adjusting all those uniformly so that we can be competitive as a total agency.
Okay, one final, because I like the questions that was asked by my colleagues. I missed Commissioner Davis. I missed her because my computer died, so I'm glad I made it back before we had to close out. But let me see. Under the purview of the county, that statement was made as it relates to the contract that you have with cities. Can you explain what that means? Other than the county, I just learned that the county funds was the one that secured the funding up front for all of the cities' budgets. Is that what we mean under the purview of the county? Can you further explain that somewhat?
Yes, ma'am. Sure. To continue on with where I left off, when I was explaining this to Commissioner McKenzie, part of the relationship that this organization, the Sheriff's Office, have with the county government is to be able to operate and keep the efficiency of law enforcement and fire rescue services in a continuation for this county. In order for that to happen, the county fronts a good portion of contractual services and law enforcement and fire rescue in advance of the cities actually paying us. If any other scenario was introduced where that was not the operational partnership we've established, then many cities would not be able to fulfill their obligation in terms of the public safety interest with law enforcement or fire rescue. So by this body being able to front these funds, it assures that the 2 million people in this county, whether they are contracted services with us, whether they have their own independent police department, that there will be no drop-off in the overall services of the roughly 14, 15 cities that we're responsible for in terms of law enforcement.
Okay, if there's a city that is not paying, I know from being involved with the city that there's a budget that we all have, and we have our reserves, and we know the recurring expenses that we do have. So would you know if that city is in crisis, or until they stop paying you is when you would determine that?
It's
You're
very,
in a contract, so I'm just asking the question.
sure, no, I understand your question. It's very difficult to determine that or give you an answer. For our contractual cities, i.e. the Pompanos, the Dania Beach, and et cetera of the world that we work with, we're in constant communication with them. We have district commanders, as you know, that give us updates on the needs, the changes that are happening as far as the economy, if the particular city is having revenue issues. We're aware of all those things because we have district commanders. What we cannot speak for or on behalf is those non-contract cities and the issues that they may have and how that would impact us. I'll give you one example of what we dealt with the jettison or vacating the partnership with Pembroke Park down in the South End, city that you're aware of. When they decided to separate and pursue their own law enforcement department, that created an impact and a ripple effect with our West Park partners because it was under a joint contract. So in very unique cases, a city who fails to provide the adequate public safety concerns and needs for their city, the sheriff's office has the authority by law to come in and provide those services without the stipulations or communications or so with a management team from a city.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. Sheriff, you understand your community, you do understand your budget, and, you know, I'm saying Dr. Sheriff Tony, I love calling you that, so you're going to get used to it. I love calling you that. I'm proud of that here in Broward County, that we have you in office and fighting for your staff, fighting for your budget. As was said before, we have more than just law enforcement that we have to take care of. And as you speak to the growth in population here in Broward County, whenever there's an increase, then you're going to have to provide more services or additional services. And we're speaking at every level, not just public safety. And I know you understand that because all of us are one family. So they either work for a city or they work for Broward County or they work for you, but they are still family and we are all connected. So it's always a pleasure to listen and learn, and hope that my conversation add to my position and where I stand with just continuing this conversation, because I know we are looking at some shortfalls in our budget as the county, and we have to take care of everyone. So we'll continue the discussion, and thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Tony signing off.
Thank you, Commissioner Rogers. I'll try to bring this in. I'll try to bring this in for a landing here. I have a couple of. No, I'm not that far out. Not that high up. First of all, Sheriff, I do want to thank you for your first comments on immigration. I think there's going to be a lot of people that are glad to hear that. And second, I know we had sent the letter, Monica and I, to you a couple months ago with a target, and you're not way off the target, but not like last year, to be honest. And I appreciate that. This is something I think, somehow we can find a middle ground here. What I do realize on this is when we see your budget come in and we see those requests, it makes me wish we had this meeting 6 months ago, because there's a lot of you're asking for a number of things that are absolutely strategic for this community. PSAP, public safety buildings, all the airport. Those are things that I think for all of us, we need to be looking at this closer. We need to be weighing in. We need to be having all of that information way beforehand. And that's not your fault. That's I'm just saying that. When you send an MOU, I think it was yesterday or the day before, I'm like, wait a minute. I have not had a chance to think about this beforehand in terms of knowing that there's an entire master plan from the airport that has to be taken into consideration. That is, part and parcel of the overall scheme, knowing that there's negotiations going on right now with BCAD and the signatory airlines, and part of that has to do with all those plans. All of that has to be taken into consideration before an MOU kind of comes out of the, out of the blue a little bit. And trying to figure out, because you're making some good arguments of wanting to need to be there and that kind of stuff. But they have to be taken into consideration on a larger scheme. So, I don't know how we do that, but those kind of discussions honestly need to take, I want to be seeing almost like a 5-year plan for BSO. And maybe you've got one, but I haven't seen it. I want to be seeing what's being planned, what's being built, what's being scheduled, timelines, so that we can start to work together. And what I am seeing is I'm seeing a much better collaboration this year. And, and it shows in the budget. It shows in the way that things are working. Not totally there, but not crazy far apart. When I see this PSAP, I know we're doing one at the SOE, and when Commissioner Udine talks about, which one's better. I don't know which one's better, whether it's at the EOC, and I want to see those arguments, or at the training facility. I need to see both those arguments, and I think all of us do. And not only for the technical aspect, but for the strategic aspect and the holistic aspect, or how it integrates all of our departments. That's what I need to see before I can say, let's put $90 million here. I just need that, and I think you can understand that. For dispatch, I want to first congratulate you all, and I think all of this collaboration made the fact that I read the numbers from Tracy every month, and I look and I am glad to see the trend. Obviously, the NFPA, I probably have that wrong. Those standards, my understanding is they're looking to change those, as you mentioned, next year. And I think because that's the one place where we're not, and my own feeling is I'm not ready to be adding a lot of positions till I see what those new standards are. Because I think those are when you're looking at doing best practice. I know that the ratio is 6-to-1 right now. 8-to-1 right now. You're wanting to get to 6-to-1. Maybe there's a way of phasing that in. I know as a classroom teacher, I know ideal was 18 students per class. I know a lot of times I had 30 per class, and I could handle it. And that, was it ideal? No, it's not ideal. But that goes on in every different profession has its different ideal ratios, and very, you don't often get there. Teachers have it, childcare has it, we all have it, but we also find ways to maybe phase it in a little at a time, and I think that's probably what we need to be doing. And I say that to the standards because you're jumping a couple of positions per on the ratio without knowing what the NFPA is going to be suggesting. And I want to see those standards before we start adding a lot of positions. That's just me. On the salaries, as a city commissioner, I was very involved with salaries and pensions and health care and all those things for the city of Hollywood. And I saw how every department, every city looked at this totally different. If you didn't take into consideration the totality of all the benefits and all the incentives, you're not looking at apples to apples. And so when you're looking at that, I'm not going to look at just salary, because that's not the right way to look at it. Because all of us are looking at cities. If we're doing pension for FRS, you're doing a 3.0 multiplier. If you're looking at Hollywood, you're doing a 3.5 multiplier on pensions, up to 4. That's a big difference, huge differences. So, I don't want to, you might say we're fourth, but there's a whole other things that have to be taken into consideration. So it looks like you're asking to do a 2-year funding study. Is that correct?
No,
a study on salaries.
No, we've already conducted.
Oh, you've already conducted,
We've
okay.
already completed a comprehensive salary study, and that salary study did include and look at all those other features that you
Okay,
talked
so
about.
what I'd like to see is that.
What
from
you misunderstood was the implementation plan was 2 years.
Okay,
From what
okay.
we've been talking with all the contracted cities, like, okay, we understand everyone's dealing with budget, crisis, funds, everything else. Here's a strategy where we can do this over a 2-year period without dropping one single price tag on you and saying, if this is what you have to do this year. And I'm delighted because the majority, overwhelming majority of our city partners understood it. Anticipating resistance, I was shocked that we didn't have these type of, banging heads. They got it. They just didn't want to be blindsided, and they wanted time to do this effectively because they have other parks and recs and all these other responsibilities that you all have.
Okay. Also, when it says the number of positions that are for the contract cities, for instance, with Pompano, 28, is that a request on behalf of the city for 28? Okay, okay. Just want to make sure on that. Those are, I think that's my main concerns. I think what I want to do is, obviously, there needs to be a lot of back and forth on this. And we need to be brought in on some of this a little bit more. And I'm saying that to our team. When I do want to see what our thought is, why the EOC as opposed to the training facility. What's the benefit? What are the, we need to see those things so that we can make good arguments both and be able to counter those arguments.
Yeah, Mayor, you made some good points about something here about maintaining that level of communication, because I've been caught off guard with some items here too. Our teams are working well, from my understanding, a lot better than the past 6 years. I'd say probably our better year of communication. But there are these things that continue to happen where we're not included in some conversations, like the development aspect for the EOC.
Okay.
We're not involved in that. There's no commentary going back at this level as to, okay, where's the preference point, right? For several years, I've came in here, I articulated the need aspect. I talked about the benefits of having it strategically placed at the location. But I don't want us to be cut out of anything either, right? We need to be at these tables and have these conversations.
Yeah, these are good discussions to have, and ones that we all need to have, so that we're really understanding, the pros and cons of each. We're going to have to look at the totality as well as the fiscal part, and that's the 9 of us. So I think appreciate that. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to the sheriff. If you have any final words. We could.
At least 3 rounds.
You will, but I won't be here.
You will be here, sir.
No, Mayor, Commissioners, look, we appreciate your time and understanding behind what we're trying to get accomplished here. I think it's been said one way or the other, like, my responsibility is not to be focused on the totality of all the responsibilities you have as government. I need to focus on the public safety, so that's what I've presented for 6 years consecutively. We'll work through the things we can work through, and again, the critical sides, those are things we're just gonna have to figure out. Let's get them done. The last thing I would say is, Commissioner McKenzie, we have a ticket waiting for you because we enforce the law of consistency in this county. And you ratted yourself out.
Okay, thank you. I think with that, we're finished with the sheriff. Let's take a break. We'll take a little quick lunch break. No, we've still got water and utilities. You're done. You got to stay right here. You're not going anywhere. We'll do 15 minutes. We'll start at 1:05. I know. You got to stay right here. Both Hazel and Alexandra. Monica, you ready? Okay. Okay, we are going to go back into session here. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Monica.
Thank you, Mayor. I have not as a popular presentation next as our last guest, but Mr.
Why don't they have an entourage? Water.
Well, I think Alan was just asking the same thing. He said he didn't have his team, with his entire team. We'll take that into consideration for next year's budget presentation. Exactly. So, you know, as you all have had probably a minute to look at this, what Alan is going to go through with you is about 20 or so slides just to kind of walk you through what the operating and capital budgets look like in this space for water and wastewater, services. And Alan is going to be the one directing the presentation and going through his own presentation for you. So, Mr. Garcia, if you would like to take the lead now.
Thank you, Monica. Yeah, I always wonder why I get to go while you guys are eating your lunch. You know, it seems a little counterintuitive. But anyway, Mayor, Vice, I know the Vice Mayor was here, Commissioners. Once again, it's my honor to present the fiscal 26 operating budget and our 5-year capital program for water and wastewater services. I found it. Here he is. Good job. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yeah, any questions? No. So a little different this year's slide. We wanted to try to, you know, in addition to listing some of the awards we've earned, really wanted to sort of give some fun facts and really truly demonstrate that we are a benchmark utility throughout this whole country. These are just some of the fun facts as far as the size of the system that we do, how much water we produce, how much wastewater we treat, you know, the length of the pipes in the system that we have to maintain. It's really pretty staggering when you look at the amount of miles of pipe and the fact that we've been able to stay ahead of that curve in maintaining this system. And, you know, we're not under consent agreements. We're not having systems that are failing. You know, we're not in the news hardly ever. So it's, and a lot of that is thanks to the board and your proactiveness and support of the organization. So let's talk about the capital program. Really, the capital program is driven by the same features that it has been for the last couple of years. One is the system reliability, quality, and the sustainability of what we do. The second is the desire to eliminate septic tanks. And then really the third one, and this is the one that, you know, gets you a lot of times, doesn't give you a lot of notice and really throws a curveball at you, is the regulatory rule impacts, including the water supply availability rule, ocean outfall, biosolid disposal, and PFAS. Water supply, and we'll get to that in a second. So system reliability, these are just some facts. You know, obviously, you know, our desire is we want every single one of our customers, when they go to that faucet and turn that faucet on, the water's going to flow. The quality of the water is going to be great. Flush the toilets. There's a place to do the collection and treat the wastewater and to really be environmental stewards of how we dispose of the wastewater. So it's our desire. Now, we have cases. We had a force main break last night when one of the contractors on one of our jobs hit it, but thankfully they were able to fix it fairly quickly. But these are the things that happen. We don't have issues really where the system is falling apart, where you say, oh, another breakdown in the south because the system is 60 years old. We have done a really good job of keeping up with replacing the system as it reaches its useful age. Let's talk about the sewered versus unsewered areas. These are just the areas that we serve. We've got our District 2 up top, District 1 in the middle, 3A and 3BC. The main difference to this slide this year is if you look at the yellow, that is the bid package 1 of the 3BC septic tank elimination project that we're doing down by Perry Airport. That project, the first bid package, will eliminate about 700 septic tanks. And really, in District 2 and District 1, it's just those little red dots are the areas we've identified that still are not on sanitary sewer.
Alan, is that all Pines Village?
Yes, that is the about 690 of the 700 are Pines Village. With North Perry, we're setting stub outs, but as the airport does get developed in the future, they'll be able to connect to the system.
Can I ask you a quick question? The area that was green in the previous thing, what was that indicative of?
The green is where it is sewered. So like if you look in District 2, Commissioner,
That's my district.
and that's District 2, our service district.
Oh, not my
Not a commission district, yes.
Okay,
Let's clarify
nice.
that. So the green is, those are all areas that are on sewer. The little red dots are just little isolated areas that are not on, that are on septic tanks.
Thank you.
Okay, so just real quickly, we've still got about 2,300 septic tanks remaining in the system. Like I said, as soon as we're done with this first bid package, that'll drop to about 1,600. I think by far we are one of the utilities that are in a better situation as far as a minimum amount of septic tanks that we have. We do anticipate at least 95% of the septic tanks being eliminated. I'd love to say 100%, but we are always going to have those little pockets where somebody may not give an easement. It's just not feasible to, it would cost you almost millions of dollars to serve one customer. So we've got to look at that. But really, we feel by 2027, about 95% of all our remaining septic tanks will be eliminated. And, once again, I think, the county and the utility have been leaders in this effort to eliminate septic tanks. Okay, the water availability rule, and this will probably be the last year you see this because really we've addressed this. This was the rule that South Florida Water Management District said, hey, as of April 2006, whatever water you're using then, that's the max you're ever going to get. And if you need more water than that because of growth, because more demand, you're going to have to find alternative methods. Our alternative method was the C51 reservoir. That is done. It's in operation. The not-for-profit board is managing it. I am the vice president on the not-for-profit. So it's worked really great. We've not had, as much as we had very limited rainfall for the last couple months, we saw no cutback of our ability to take water out of the ground because of the C51. So it works.
Palm Beach. Palm Beach.
It's up in Palm Beach County, out west in Palm Beach County. Okay. And you can see these are the utilities that made up that first phase of the C51. I've not heard if they're going to do a second phase. I think if they do, it's going to be a little bit out there because they got the utilities that really wanted the water, and that's these utilities here. Reuse implementation. We've got a lot of the infrastructure in place. We've upgraded our reuse treatment plant at the North Regional Wastewater Treatment Plant. We've gone from 10 to 26 million gallons. The only hiccup in this program so far has been the fact that we had an agreement with Palm Beach County to take so much reuse. Their original plan was to take the reuse and put it into the lakes and ponds in these developments at the golf courses. That's gotten scaled back, and they're significantly behind schedule. We're working on an amendment with them. But what that did was, we finished this line a couple years ago, okay? And because the diameter of the line and having to test it and everything like that, it's been holding about 3 million gallons of water in that pipe that's just been stagnant. So we started to use it at North Springs Improvement District. They had a lot of complaints because of the odors, and we said, okay, until we can get a chlorination system and get the usage. In fact, right now, Coconut Creek is starting to, take water and just, flush the lines because they're ready to use it at their park and stuff like that. But right now it's still, because of that stagnant water. So once Palm Beach County can tie in and start using that water and we can get some water to flow through there, it'll solve that problem. But until then, it makes it very difficult because, customers just don't want it if it reeks. And there's no other way other than, because we put a good dose of chlorine at the plant when it leaves, but by the time it gets out west and sits in that pipe for any significant amount of time, that chlorine gets burned up by the system. So, the residual chlorine, when you get out to all the way to Palm Beach and North Springs, it's almost zero. So we've got a chlorine injection station we're going to put out there, but the main thing is we just got to get water to flow through there. Once you get water to flow, it'll drag that higher chlorinated water from the plant and it'll bring it into the system. So that's been the only hiccup to an otherwise very successful program. And once we get them going and we get people to start using it, that problem will solve itself. Okay, biosolid disposal. My operation director, Mark Darmanin, has headed up a working group of utilities in Broward County that generate biosolids. To date, we've gotten some white papers done. We are currently in the process of doing interlocal agreements with the other members of the working group so we can start the design. We've got the design concept halfway done. The first part of the concept is these drying belts that will dry the biosolids, and then once you dry it, we'll have options of, potentially burning it up at the wheelabrator if they have the capacity, taking it and using it as a concrete admixture, and then, doing pyrolysis and gasification, which would burn and kill all the PFAS, because there is PFAS in the biosolid, okay? And it's actually a significantly higher level than drinking water. Of course, you're not, being exposed to the effluent like you do water, but it's high. So that's the benefit to it. We're looking at still a couple sites, but we're ready to start, as soon as we get the working group members on board to confirm that they're going to fund the consultant design. We've already started the process of requesting an RFP. So we're starting that process. Once we get the consultant on board, we will do the design. We will have the site determined by then, and we'll do that. And then the last ILA will really just be the agreement with the working group to fund the construction and the operating costs of the system. And I think we're going to sort of model it a lot after how the C51 reservoir working group was modeled. So I think that was a very successful model, and we're gonna do it this way. But if all goes as planned, we're gonna solve everybody's biosolid disposal needs within the county. And ideally, if others drop out, we're gonna try to keep that capacity. So then maybe parts of Palm Beach County could bring some, or Miami-Dade to open it up. But we feel that once this is operating and with the success it's going to have, we're not going to have any problem, getting the full capacity of whatever we built done. Vice Mayor's favorite subject, PFAS. I won't go over this line by line because you've heard this before. I guess, to let you know where we're at right now, we are on the 9th negotiation with the consultant. Right now, it's just really sort of the scope and the fees they want to charge versus the fees we're willing to pay. So hopefully we get that resolved, pretty soon, and we can get the design started on that. Sure. What do we need the consultant for? To do the design. This is the consultant to design the actual treatment plants for the facilities. Well, I think, ultimately, I believe if it got to the point where it was an impasse, Vice Mayor, we would go to this. We would start negotiating with the second firm. But we're still hopeful that we can come to an agreement with the first firm to start that process. Because both firms, the first, second firm, were very good firms. They know how to design, the proper treatment for it. But we're we're pushing, you know, I don't think we're going to let this drag out too much longer. It's you know, almost a fish or cut bait type situation. So, you know, we've got to come to a determination pretty soon. The only real other issue that's happened with PFAS is the recent action by the EPA where they're
mandating PFAS in water?
Yeah, well, make America healthy. They relaxed. They're revisiting the rules on those handful of PFAS components that were at 10 parts per trillion. They are maintaining the rules on PFOS and PFOA at 4 parts per trillion, which really is the only thing that affected us anyway. So them relaxing or revisiting that rule doesn't really affect us because we were below on all the others except for PFOS and PFOA. So that's what we're working on treating. The other thing is they extended the deadline from 2029 to 2031. Once again, that doesn't change it because we're, you know, proceeding further. I think the longer we take, all that's going to do is drive the price up because prices to build these treatment facilities are not going to go down. Here.
Ellen,
Go ahead.
that's the one thing that really bothers me out of the whole thing. Federal government relaxes it, but you know as a professional that there's arsenic and there's toxic chemicals in the water. Who cares what the federal government says? You can relax it. Our residents, every one of these families and their family and their friends are drinking the water that, you know, I know that the normal thing is, well, the federal government allows it. But why do we have to think like that if you know there's harmful chemicals, and you know that there are harmful chemicals, you know, you know that people are getting cancer at an early age. I don't know, I can't say why, but you know, why not advocate for our facility to say, you know what, because there is a facility in Broward County in Coral Springs that takes it out of the water. Why don't you advocate and say, you know, even though the federal government allows this much arsenic to be in the water and this much PFAS and this much all these other horrible chemicals, why not argue and say, let's just take it out?
Yeah, well, and effectively, once these plants are done, they will take out all those other constituents.
They will?
Yes.
All of them?
Yes.
Great.
They haven't established a standard on.
Kenzie, what are you laughing at?
On biosolids, though.
I'm going to have you drink
Not
a
yet.
glass of
Not
PFAS
yet.
next time I see you. That's it.
That's the worrisome part.
Yeah.
And I'll swallow it down with the Diet Coke.
Yeah, which is worse than any PFAS that you're getting. You got 2, not even close.
They filter their water.
Exactly.
I want you to understand, they do filter their water. This is a volunteer drink.
I won't take any more showers.
Yeah, I think that's going to come down the line, but I don't think you're going to see that, you know, to the level that water is regulated at, you know.
No, but you're gonna see it on land application. You're already seeing it.
Yeah. Yep.
You're seeing people not being able to use their farms.
Yeah, and there's some general guidance. I just saw a report. They just had a webinar on the pyrolysis and gasification of the biosolids, and I want to say, Mayor, that they considered the safe level for the land farming for sod and stuff like that at about 50 parts per billion, which is, you know, a lot, you know, higher level than 4 parts per trillion, but because of the exposure that versus somebody drinking the water, that's the general. But I don't know that that's anywhere, you know, codified or anything in the EPA regulations.
I'll talk about it later, but
Okay.
go ahead.
Sure. Okay, so just quickly, this is our 5-year recommended capital program. You can see we've got a estimate of 449 for PFAS treatment. We're thinking it's going to be probably a little bit below 400, but we've kept that estimate because you just don't know, you know, what variables may be out there. You know, there may be some new technologies that might be a little more expensive but better. So that's how we left it in our 5-year program. Our operating budget, you can see the last couple of years, you know, the system cost is really our operating budget, operating costs, debt service costs, and our capital program costs. It's gone up about $7 million per year the last couple of years, and that's just due to increases in the operating costs, some increases in the capital program costs, and I think our debt service has been fairly level because we haven't done a debt issuance since 2022. But that's where you can see, and starting in 2022, it started to climb back up because we did issue more debt in 2022. Okay, this is a chart effective December 31st, 2024, of all the utilities in Broward County and where their rates are. You can see we keep creeping towards the bottom. Right now, our average for a 5,000 gallon customer, based on current rates, is $79.83. The average cost of all the utilities in Broward County is $94.15. So we're significantly lower than the average. And really, if you looked at this chart 10, 15 years ago, we were almost at the top. But because we've constantly done a steady stream of replacing our system without having any major impacts, Fort Lauderdale used to be 1 or 2 from the bottom, and now you look where they're at. And realize a lot of these utilities also supplement their budget because if they serve outside their city limits, they get to charge an extra 25% surcharge to those areas outside the city limits. So that can help keep their in-city rates down. So our recommended increase is about 6%, which would cause a increase of $4.92 per month to the average customer. Last year, that increase was $7.39, so we've brought that back down to really a more reasonable increase. In fact, one of the things we do is we look at, for the average customer, how does that fall into the affordability index, because the American AWWA sets a affordability index of between 0 and 4% of your annual bill divided by the median household income. So in our case, we're at about 1.45%. Our proposed rate would be at 1.45% of the median household income. So it falls within that metric of 0 to 4%. So it does show that, hey, these rates are affordable. This is our large user rates. Remember, we treat the wastewater for 11 large users. And that rate's going up from $3.12 to $3.20 per 1,000 gallons. That 8 cents per 1,000 gallon increase would really cost their customers about 40 cents each per month. So once again, it's reasonable. And these contracts, once again, they are set for true up. So if we spend more money than what we collected, then there's an adjustment. They have to pay more the following year. If we collect more than we spent, than we propose to spend, then they get a refund the next year on a monthly basis. Also on our wholesale, because we do supply raw water to Hollywood, Dania, Hallandale, FP&L for processed water, and Deerfield Beach, those rates are going up. Those rates are actually decreasing from 30.8 cents to 29.3 cents. So, that's such a small amount because the rates for them to purchase the raw water from us are very, very reasonable. And with that, I'll open it up to any questions.
Okay, thank you, Al. We'll start with Commissioner McKenzie.
I don't know if I have a question, but you did kind of answer a little bit of what I wanted to ask you, and I'm fine with everything you're doing. I think it's a good job, but I have areas, and probably you too, unincorporated, and then a city meter may be over on the county side. Not to say that that's not happening in other cities, but what's concerning to me is Fort Lauderdale rates. And I sat over there before, and I've always voted against any assessments to the end user because water is beginning to be very, very unaffordable in Fort Lauderdale. And then they get to add a 25% surcharge outside of Fort Lauderdale, so it makes it extremely harder. And I also sat there when they said we're running out of water, and they had to purchase future water from somewhere else. But I could never prove that not to be true. But when you're a minority in that voting situation, it's like a runaway train. So in some of the areas where this overlapping takes place, how feasible is it to bring all those folks online with the county?
I mean, I would love that. I think, by having a more countywide system, there's definitely economies of scale. But I think a lot of utilities are using this to generate a decent amount of money. Sometimes that money may make it to their general fund through certain transfers. So sometimes it's that cash cow they don't want to give up. And why I don't disagree with you. I mean, I can remember, Commissioner McKenzie, when we did a couple of the neighborhoods down in Washington Park, all we could do in there was new roads, sidewalks, medians, drainage, because the water and sewer were run by Fort Lauderdale, and they weren't willing to, put the investment in there. So, it would be great, but we haven't had, since Oakland Park was the last area that said, hey, county, you want to put new sewer in as part of your neighborhood project in North Andrews Gardens? We'll give you the system, because they were buying the wholesale water from Fort Lauderdale. They were going to have us take over the system. We would provide the water, and that's really the last system. That in Broadview Park, because we bought that from a private water provider. Nobody's really talked about, hey, this would be great, because I think they just make good money from it, and they're not really willing to, look at selling any of their system to the county.
And to further add to that, now they're privatizing their water, and when that thing comes online, it's gonna be astronomical. I did a study, my own little back of the napkin like Bogan does with PFAS study, and most of the cities that privatized 6 years later went back and purchased their systems back because the cost was outrageous.
Yeah, it seems to work real well for maybe the first year, and then you get that cost creep. And before you know it, you're paying a lot more than you would have if you had city staff running those utilities.
And to go back to my question, let's say it's Roosevelt Gardens, and it's that one street of meters that's being billed by Fort Lauderdale. Then you go over to the next street, it's county servicing it. And I'm only speaking for that street or those streets that overlap. I'm not trying to take over Fort Lauderdale's water, but I'm trying to get Fort Lauderdale out of county water.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you, we've had a situation by Broward Estates where one side of the street was us, the other side was actually Fort Lauderdale. And I think we actually did go to Fort Lauderdale and said, look, we're putting brand new sewer down the street. Do you have a problem if we pick up these customers and serve them on sewer? So we're not having to have parallel sewer systems down one street? And they were actually agreeable to that. So if there's areas that are specific, we certainly could reach out and say, hey, would you guys be willing to allow us to serve that area? If we could do it feasibly without a big, capital investment in that, I'd have no objection to it.
The last thing I'll do is pick up the phone and say, I can't help you in Broward County, and you got to go to Fort Lauderdale. I'm not beating up on Fort Lauderdale, but I'm talking about look at this chart. Water is very expensive in that city, and they're a provider for other cities. I mean, Oakland Park did the right thing. Wilton Manors is constantly fighting them on these issues, and
I don't know, Commissioner. I don't know how some of these service areas really became, or this is our area, this is your area, because it goes back to the 60s. But I will tell you this, it is tough when you have somebody call up and say, yeah, my neighbor across the street's a county, customer, and they pay $15 a month less than I do. That's not fair. And it's like, it's tough. There shouldn't be a boundary like that, It's one thing if say, okay, we serve this street, and then the next street over, separated by, 2 rows of houses, that might be a little different. But it's tough because the customers just don't understand, why isn't there uniformity? And that's where, it would really be great if there was, one utility that basically serves the entire county. I mean, Miami-Dade does a lot of that. They don't have everything, but, it makes it uniform and fair.
Yeah, and the infrastructure broke down because they didn't maintain it, as you so eloquently illustrated, why we are not breaking down or anything, because you're constantly reinvesting in that infrastructure.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, I am going to suggest quick questions, because I'm looking at radar and
Okay.
how much rain's coming.
Lobbyists, lawyers, executive directors, and a million different fiefdoms in all these different water special control districts. Why, when we do our budget meeting, we have COCOMAR 4, COCOMAR 7, this one, that one, and the other one. There's too many small fiefdoms of water utility providers, and it doesn't serve the overall residents well. I agree with you. On your chart on page 16, just as a note, Parkland doesn't provide water. It should be Parkland Utilities, Inc., which is a private company.
Yes,
I just
yes.
don't want my friends in Parkland to get mad at me, because it's not them. It's a
Yeah.
very small thing, and it's a private company, and that's not the city of Parkland. The reuse issue, that was NSID. I know that, I mean, your team worked so well with NSID to make that go away and to fix that, because
Yeah.
it was a huge issue. And when I first got the calls, I remember being at the big reuse pipe that we did back in the day. It went through the
Yeah.
park. It was one of the best things I think we did. We got so much good publicity environmentally on
What's
it.
NSID?
And
North Springs Improvement District.
But remember, we did the pipe. I think it was when when you were mayor, maybe it went all the way from the east through Quietwater.
Yeah, it goes through Quietwater, up through Coconut Creek, all the way down Locks Road.
All the way down Locks Road. And that reuse pipe, I thought that project was amazing. I thought we got a lot of good feedback on it. But right now, if Palm Beach isn't going to take all the water's stagnant. When they take the water, that will then
That'll
complete
solve
out
that problem.
thing
And I've
fix
said,
it.
guys, you have the first third of your system done.
Right.
Take the water for that third of the system. I think they're getting a lot of negative pushback from the residents.
Right.
We don't want that water. I don't know if
Right.
it's a matter of, hey, they have no problem buying
Right.
potable water, but it's a limited resource, especially
Right.
for Palm Beach County.
Right. Palm Beach County, yeah. So I'm just thankful that our wastewater department was able to work collaboratively with them.
It's a great project.
Because residents were going crazy, though, on that issue up in Northwest Broward. Are we doing, in the capital plan, I know we asked all our different departments to cut back where they could cut back. Are we in any way infringing on the future with any of our capital issues now?
No, not from that
I see
standpoint.
Monica shaking her head no, but I'm not asking Monica. I'm
Yeah,
asking
no.
you.
We're not
Because
cutting.
Alan
We're,
Garcia is
we're not.
going
We're
on the
not cutting
record
back
on
our
this.
capital
'Cause
program.
you're the one asking to cut back. I wanna make
We've
sure.
looked at some cuts in operating costs in concert with what the other agencies in the county, but as far as the capital goes, there's no cuts to that.
Okay, I'll close out with, I mean, the PFAS issue is a huge issue. I think it's going to be incredibly expensive issue, and I think it's very much a minuscule problem. Most of the FDA stuff that they're telling us is turned out to be false over the years. I think the PFAS is going to be the least of our problems with what we're putting in our bodies right now, as far as plastics and a lot of other things, but we should do what we can to, but I know the rules are gonna change a million times to Sunday over this, because we're getting different, rules and rationales on what we're putting in our bodies. And it's especially important to more of our lower income communities in what is being hoisted upon them under the guise of good government. It's actually a disgrace. Yeah. And I know in years, they're going to look back on this in years from now, and just like this food pyramid is the most ridiculous thing anybody's ever seen, they're going to look back on this in the future and talk about what was done for generations to our children and to our people by the federal government.
Senator Geller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of items. First, Alan, great job.
Thank you.
General, thank you. Couple of questions on the septic tank elimination. As you know,
Sure.
That's been a big issue to me. You've testified at the Water Board. Are there plans that you know of to eliminate the remaining ones that are not part of the county? I know the city of Hollywood was discussing doing something. I don't know if they've followed through. That's the largest single area.
Sure.
Are there other areas? You've done a great job in eliminating the ones in the county. What about the ones that aren't in the county?
I know there's been some talk about them having a program sort of similar to ours, but I will tell you this, Senator. Area just to the east of Pines Village. Hollywood approached us and said, you serve water there, but we think we should be serving sewer there. and it's long been our area, and that's one reason why we came to the board to get reinforcement, get you guys to reestablish our exclusive, the areas that we have exclusive rights to serve. So I said to Hollywood, I said, okay, so assume that we gave up the ability, say we don't put sewers in there, we save the money, because let me tell you, putting sewers in an area, you probably don't get the payback in 30 years of what it costs you to put that sewers in. But it's environmentally the right thing to do. So you can't look at the cost back. So I said to Hollywood, I said, okay, so say we don't do that. When are you guys going to come in and sewer that area? Oh, we don't have any immediate plans. And I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute. You want this area and you don't have immediate plans? So I do know that they were supposedly creating a septic tank, because remember, they had the opinion that said, we can't pay for septic tank elimination projects with the revenue for our system, and our, Drew's staff said, no, that's a wrong interpretation. You can, because you're building up the system as a whole. But so now they've come up with, I guess, a new way to do it. So I think it's in the works. I just don't know how many years before something happens on that. But Hollywood's the only one I've heard.
Okay, so with the exception of Hollywood and what you're doing, there's no immediate plans for the rest of the septic on the county. I know that Commissioner Furr and Senator Rich and I have all, in our different organizations, whether it's Water Board or the Climate Change Task Force, have all been very concerned about these issues. So, all right, well, thank you for that update. Next, you mentioned ocean outfall reuse. I didn't see anything in here on ocean outfall. I know that the legislature had mandated the closing of those. I don't know what happened. Does that affect us?
It's still on board. So come this December, we will be shutting off the outfall to the ocean, with the exception of we can outfall up to 5%, because so say we have a couple of days like we have right now with heavy rains, nobody's going to use the reuse, so we can't use the reuse. We may not have the capacity in deep well, so we can send out up to 5% as a rainfall overflow type event. But yeah, come December, the primary function of the ocean outfall will be done.
Okay, and we're able to deal with the rest of it?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Last question was PFAS. I saw in your report that about 20% of PFAS is coming from drinking water. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And I'm under the impression that every day that we breathe or eat, we're getting more PFAS.
Yeah, I mean, those are some of the other sources. Food wrappers, different foods. Apparently, olive oil has a decent amount in it.
No, olive oil is healthy. Sources. Everybody knows that. Okay, go on. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Go on. No, okay, please repeat. Finish.
Okay. Yeah, so it's from other sources. I mean, but water is 20%, and it's probably, while there's a cost to eliminate it, it's probably one of the easiest ways to do it. And then the key is to get it out of the source water eventually. Okay. And that will make long-term difference too. But in the meantime, we've got to treat it to get it out.
Okay. My next question is, and we've been over this before at the Water Board, how much of an increase is the average one if we go ahead and spend the hundreds of millions of dollars between the construction, the increased energy use, et cetera? My understanding is this was about to approximately double the rates of residential users, or was it 50% higher? But I believe it's substantially higher.
So to finance the debt, Senator, we're looking at rate increases probably about 6% per year. So I don't think we're going to get to the doubling, but I could see where you could get up to 50%. Increase over time. But eventually, that's going to level out, because you're not going to have that debt forever. But, I don't think we're looking at a doubling or a tripling, which I think
Are you only looking at the construction cost in that
number? The construction cost and then the operation cost, but that's such a smaller portion of the impacts on the system.
Because I'd been told that the amount of energy required was going to be a very substantial factor because for reverse we're talking about reverse osmosis.
No, nano, so it's a little less than
Nano.
reverse osmosis.
Okay. So with the nano, is there still a very substantial?
There is a
energy
higher, because you're
cost?
pushing the water through membranes.
Right.
But like I said, a lot of the rate's going to be driven by the construction and not so much the operating costs.
And if I can chime in, because I remember
Please.
this conversation, because I had the same reaction at one point. And what it was a significantly higher cost on operations, but it wasn't on the full amount. It was only on the operational side. So when I first heard that information that you're probably referencing, I thought it was doubling the cost of the entirety of that operation, but it was really increasing only the electricity related to that portion of running that plant or that facility.
Right.
Yeah, so and I don't have exact numbers, estimates on what the operating costs would be, but if it added an extra 20 cents per 1,000 gallons, the average, so if it added an extra 20 cents per 1,000 gallons, and the average customer uses 5,000 gallons, so that's $1 extra per customer. We're already at $70, so that's not significant versus the actual capital cost.
Ms. Garcia, what I'd like you to do, because Commissioner McKenzie raised the issue that that water is getting expensive for a lot of people. If we're talking about increasing it by 50%, by doubling it, maybe it's only increasing it by 1/3, maybe it's increasing it by 2/3. I really would like to see, to the best that you can do, some accurate research numbers as to how much of an increase this will be, because a concern that I have is there are some people that for water, increasing their water rates by another 40, 50, 60% could really impact them. Sure. And if what we're talking about is doing something that would impact 20% of their PFAS exposure, meaning they're still getting 80% of their PFAS exposure, I just, and we were already supporting this, and God bless Commissioner Bogan for bringing this up, but I just want to make sure that what we're doing is economically responsible for our seniors, for people that are earning less, that in increasing their water rates by 50%, give or take, could be a substantial number.
And realize the impact is only on the water side. So the sewer side's not going to see, the impact.
And that's why I'm asking you.
Sure.
For.
We'll get those. We'll look at those numbers and get those to the board.
Okay.
So Senator, we can look at that over maybe like a 5-year period, just to give you a good idea.
Okay.
I was just using my handy dandy cell phone calculator, but when you're looking at our average monthly bill on the 5,000 gallon residential customer, that 2904, with that first year increase, you were going up by $1.74. Okay. So, and that's the 6%.
If these are the accurate numbers, I'm fine with that.
But that's based on the percentage increase of the rates that we're proposing here, and that would incorporate the debt and the operational side. So we'll just get you a more robust, and we'll share with all the commissioners.
I'd like to see those numbers. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure. Commissioner Fisher?
Yeah, Mayor, I'll be short and sweet because a lot of questions have been answered. Alan, I know we had this issue with Pompano Beach, and it says your wholesale users are notified 60 days in advance of the new fiscal year at any rate increases, and obviously we're going to have those.
Sure.
When you notify them, do you notify them? How do you notify them?
With a letter.
With a letter.
And I think we may email them too. Plus, we do have quarterly meetings with our large users, and we also give them. We may not give them the exact percentage, but we give them a very, very tight ballpark percentage. The one benefit I will say to having the board workshop in June versus August, now I can tell them once, I know, okay, the board, is amenable to the rates we're proposing. We can reach out to them and say, hey, this is what you're looking at. So we can do it in more than 60 days, but contractually, that's what we're required to do, at least 60 days. But like I said, now that we do this in June, we can definitely reach out further. So they have time to incorporate that into their rates.
Good.
And Pompano's not the only one that did it. There's other cities right now claiming that they've got to do a 9% rate because of the county.
Exactly, and so I know whoever you're notifying in that whole scenario, maybe just add the city manager. If you haven't, just add the city manager
Sure.
to that, because that's where Pompano claimed they were blindsided. You and I,
Okay.
of course, had
Yeah.
to verify that they got the
Absolutely.
letter.
Yeah.
Randy Brown, of course, who just retired, is no longer in Pompano, so he's.
Oh, I wasn't aware.
Yeah, there'll be a new person come. I don't know who that's going to be.
Sure. But no, that's a good
but
idea. So in addition to mailing them out, we will take each letter and we will email it to the utility director and the city manager.
Perfect, perfect. But again, I agree with your presentation. Thank you so much for all you do in this department.
Thank you, Commissioner Fisher.
Thank you.
Senator?
Just a couple of quick questions. I should know this, I guess, but I'm trying to figure out, where does the regulation or statute, or maybe whatever it is, say that they can charge up to 25%? Who makes that rule?
It's a state statute. In fact, they just made a modification to it, but it affected Miami-Dade and not our utilities. But there is a state statute that allows, and I just looked it up. I can't even remember which one it was now, but if you want, Senator, I will get that to you. But it basically says any utility that provides water outside their municipal boundaries may charge up to 25% surcharge. And they do. I know Coconut Creek does 16, but I think most of the other ones do 25%.
Yeah, maybe that's right.
And we don't, because outside of our boundaries is still within the county. So we've never done that. In fact, we don't collect the utility. We collect the 10% utility tax and remit it to the cities for customers of ours that are within municipal boundaries.
Can you do water for Weston? Well, every year when I look at this, it kind of gets me upset, because we get our water bill, and so
Yeah.
the Sunrise outside the city is $119.01, I guess, and the inside the city is $96. So you can see.
Yeah, that's a pretty good money grab.
That's a pretty good, yeah.
And I don't know in that case if a lot of those utilities, when they're serving outside the city, are they maintaining the lines for the people? Or are they just selling the water and then billing the individual customers? I would assume they probably do own the system outside and have to maintain that system, but there's no different cost to maintain that system than it costs to maintain your own system. So I don't really understand, other than the fact that it's an extra way to maybe subsidize and keep your internal customers, lower, that they do that.
I'm asking the what?
Mike.
I'm sorry. Look at what Manners. And the city of Fort Lauderdale's providing that. So it goes to back up what you're saying. It's astronomical.
Yeah, and what you said something at the beginning about if you maintain, if you keep your everything maintained, that you shouldn't have to do that because it doesn't cost more. So,
Yeah.
I mean,
if I'm maintaining my system, and like Commissioner McKenzie said, hey, could you maybe, I'd love for you to do these 2 more streets because of the way the boundaries are. It would cost me no more to maintain those 2 lines than it does, it wouldn't impact my operating cost. And for the money I'm making, I should be setting my budget from each customer and make enough revenue to do my operating costs. That's part of the formula that we do when we come up with the revenue that the revenue requirement we need to operate capital, debt, for our system. So if you're bringing some more revenue in, that's part of that equation. And so it shouldn't be any more cost to maintain those lines than anything else, unless you've really not done those lines in a long time and they need a significant amount of cash infusion to bring the lines up to, current standards and, get it out of its, expiring useful life. But, for the most part, there shouldn't, you can't sit there and say, well, it's going to cost me 25% more to maintain their lines than my own lines. No, I don't see that.
The other question I had was, we had a conversation about Southwest ranches and septics. There been any movement at all there? I mean, that's the other
I've
city
not
in
heard
my
any.
district that
I think
has
it's so remote. I
nothing.
think so many of the residents, they don't really want to come off a septic tank. And they're happy with the situation they have. But it's not the most environmentally friendly thing. And, granted it's a lot more acreage. Yeah.
Well, that's the point.
It's going to be tougher, but I got to be honest. I've seen some areas where the septic tank was less than 50 feet from where their well pump was. Now, I don't know how deep their well went, but all I know is I don't want to be living in that house with a well system so close to my septic tank. And we had that up in Hillsborough Pines, and there was a lot of residents in Hillsborough Pines. I think the vice mayor knows. Oh, I don't want to connect. I want to stay on well water. I want to stay. As soon as we got done, they were one of the first ones to connect. They were all happy to connect. I think we've got pretty much almost everybody connected up there, because that's not a great situation. Well water's, unless you can really highly treat the well water, it's got a sulfur smell to it sometimes. It's not the greatest water. And then when you put it in the fact that, one, you're on the Hillsborough Canal, so there's nutrients and other stuff in the groundwater there, and you've got the septic tanks there. It's not a good situation. So, people should be very eager to get on the system.
Last question, it's not a question, I just want to comment because you commented on all the things that are damaging to health and that are in the water, and so now we have one that's being taken out of the water that helps people and children especially, and I just want to say, I mean, I know we have to do it, but I mean, this is so damaging, and states have already reversed themselves who did it because they realize the damage that it's done, and studies that have been done on children.
And I will give kudos to Dr. Gerardo and the Water Advisory Board. They did a great presentation with a couple of a pediatric doctor from UF and another dentist. And I mean, it was amazing, the facts that they put out there. And look, back in the days when I was a city engineer at Pompano Beach, I remember having to defend. Because Pompano, I think, was one of the last ones to go on, but this was back in the 90s, they fluoridate. But you still had, every so often at a commission meeting, you'd have some of the anti-fluoride proponents show up, and you had to defend it. And it was easy to defend. Just look at the recommendation of the American Dental Association and the fact that the CDC says this is one of the greatest health advancements of the last the last century. I don't get it. I was very disappointed that we went that route. I don't think it's going to help the health of, it's going to hurt the socioeconomic disadvantaged people.
Science? Ha!
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Bogan.
Science, CDC, FDA.
I think by this time, pardon the pun, we're all washed out. So I have nothing else to add and talk.
Okay.
Thank you. You do a great job, Alan. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners. I appreciate it.
Get two more real quick. Hold on. Commissioner Davis. Remote.
I have nothing to add, but thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Rogers.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I'm going to be brief, very detailed presentation, but there was a gas station at the corner of State Road, and they were still on septic. And I'm just thinking, do we know all of the commercial properties that might still be on septic?
Yeah, we do.
That's important for us.
We do have a list of the properties that, in our GIS database. So it was the corner. What was the corner, Commissioner?
19th Street and State Road 7.
19. Okay, we will look into that, and try to figure out where in our planning window would that be addressed.
Okay, and question as it relates to, we were talking about all of the tanks, where they're located, like your water system, right? There is big plant right at the corner of 441 and 36th Street.
Yes.
And do you have a plan as to how you maintain? Sometimes there's some beautification needed, just different things based on what the community is doing.
Yeah.
How does that work?
So it's a little bit difficult because, you know, it would be nice sometimes to buffer the whole area with landscape so people can't see it. But unfortunately, Homeland Security says that's not what you need to do when you're operating a water treatment plant. You've got to be able to look into it. Now, I will tell you, unfortunately, we did let the trees get a little long. It's a little dead palm fronds. So the tree trimmer's been working on that. He was supposed to be done by Friday, but because of some of the rains, he'll be done. I think he'll be done by the end of this week. You know, we have in the last 5 years either pressure cleaned or painted some of the tanks. There's a couple of the tanks that probably aren't visible from the road that will be removed once we put the PFAS treatment plant in. But we will keep a better eye on that. I understand your concern, and I you know, during the last budget workshop when you brought it up, we did look at it and said, hey, we need to clean this stuff up. And you know, I even said, hey, if we can put some low hedges in that stay low so you could still see in, but maybe it just breaks up the buffer of that ground a little bit. I think there's some room for improvement. We used to have some bigger trees out there, and we had to cut them down because what they were doing is they were dropping the leaves and stuff into the clear well of treated water. And we were, you know, because the clear well's open. There's no screening. There's no, you know, cover on it. So we have to be careful what could blow into that from trees, and we don't want the birds, you know, in trees, you know, doing their thing in the water.
Fully understand. I'm going to ask you to have a conversation with what you're proposing to do as far as beautification and all of that, because they too have a plan as to what they want to do at that intersection, the entranceway to their city hall.
Yep. We'll coordinate that with the city and
I was aware because someone pinched me that they were doing some work and making some adjustments there. But it was just a general question to see if we have a schedule as to how we take care of and maintain county's property in different municipalities.
We do. I don't know that we've have a fixed schedule as far as like tree trimming. I know we've done some tree trimming out there. In fact, we actually had a issue where the tree trimmer got in a little bit of trouble with the Resilient Environment Department for improperly trimming it, but that was a fine for him to do. But yeah, so we have some. I don't know that it's on a set schedule, but unfortunately, with all those palms that are out there, they probably need more maintenance than some other trees because, you know, unfortunately, with the cabbage palms, once the fronds die, they just sort of hang there at the bottom, and it's definitely unsightly.
Okay. Thank you. I'm good, colleagues.
Thank you, Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you,
I'll be
Commissioner.
real quick. First thing, there's a new state statute, and I wonder, maybe we can ask Marty, having to do with septic and allowing for the legal ability to do it. Hollywood's looking at that. I'm not going to ask you right now, but can we ask Marty or Drew what that is so that I can help with that city? Okay, because they did. I think a representative put that through. With regard to land application of the thermally converted stuff, biosolids, I don't know if that's been part of the discussion with the ILA. It needs to be. And I know you're thinking about non-crop oriented stuff, and maybe that's the way to go, but I'd be interested in hearing how you guys to do that.
Well, and I would say probably, Mayor, when I said we've established that first step, which is basically putting it on, you know, almost like these metal conveyor belts and running it through a dryer and getting it dried. That would probably take it to the Class A or maybe Class AA. But the real benefit there is it gives us all these other options to use it. And also, you know, we can also then from that phase then take it into you know, the gasification, the pyrolysis, and that would just basically just char it to where everything and it's dead.
If it gets over 1900 degrees, it's gone.
Yeah.
And that's all you got to do. The biosolid I see on your capital program, is the biosolid conversion thermal conversion part of this capital program?
No, just probably our portion of the study, because ultimately it'll be funded by everybody. Now, what we're probably going to have to do, well, we're still looking at, I think we're fronting the money for the design, okay? And then I think every like quarter we'll take draws from the participants to the ILA. But when it comes to the construction, we're probably gonna have to probably do that through some debt service, and I would ideally not want to necessarily front all that money and then get it back. So we're gonna work on that. But so right now the numbers are not in there for any of the construction.
I was surprised not to see
Yeah,
that, because that's.
But we do have the money in there in there for the design, just not the construction yet, because we're not quite there yet. So probably you'll see it in the next fiscal year.
I mean, because that's a heavy cost.
Yeah.
Yeah. So something that all of us need to recognize that it's not in there, but we have to figure out where.
And ultimately, maybe we are going to have to front load it, and then we'll get reimbursed on it. So there may be a high number, but that won't be our bottom line number.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. I think all of us have
Mr. Mayor?
a tremendous amount of confidence in you, so
Mr. Mayor?
it makes it easy to listen. Yes, Commissioner Rogers.
Mr. Moore, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Just a question that I missed, okay? When we're doing all these new developments, right? I recall a couple years ago when we had to rotate this odd and even, how you run your water, how you water your lawn, and all of that. Are we in that area right now? Should we be concerned with all the new development and everything that we might have?
No,
Water issue?
Commissioner, the county
How was
did.
that addressed?
The county did go to a year-round, I think 3-day-a-week water restriction, and I don't know if it was based on odd even addresses. I think it was just 3 days a week that you could water, but it might have been. But right now, I mean, for our customers, no, there's not an issue, because even when we do get to some drought periods, we've got the C51 as our backup water supply. So we're pretty resilient and sustainable for our customers.
Okay, Commissioner Rogers?
Thank you.
Okay. With that, I think all questions have been asked, and I think this concludes the workshop for today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.